discussion between the two. Mike DiBernardo from Port Long Beach and Noel Hustle off of the Port of Long Beach in LA. So it's an annual event the Pellet Club does. We've been doing it for probably 5 or 6 years. So appreciate y'all's flexibility to let me keep that and have his meetings already too. Thank you for that. Because normally we don't have something like that going on. So very much appreciate your flexibility.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So, shall we start?
Yes. And we'll have Tiffany, Tiffany, you're going to be recording?
Yes.
Okay, we issue the recording. We'll have Tiffany record in 2 minutes.
So, first order of business, I trust everyone has reviewed the minutes. Thank you, Sandra, of the meeting from the last, on August 21st. May I have motion and second to approve the minutes?
Motion.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so moving on to the agenda, the first one on the list is safety and environment. Or Alan, do you have anything to share before we move on to safety?
So you ready for the safety report, environmental?
Yeah.
I'll turn it over to Dave Turner.
Welcome. So moving into our safety slide, our KPIs. Currently we're tracking at 0.93 versus 0.92, and that's pretty much on track with goal, because one less injury would be a bigger dip, and one more would be quite a substantial number. So we've come down quite a bit since our last meeting, which is good news. As I mentioned before, we're focused on engagement, and that is really the driving force of the whole safety program for 2025. We did have one high severity incident, which I will go into in a few minutes. Very unfortunate, kind of unlucky type incident that we'll discuss in the next slide. Most of our activities are in our leading indicators. We had 3 hypo meetings with our labor, and we had one in particular, and that was an UTR safety meeting. When we've had so many collisions, we brought all of our regular UTR drivers in here and had quite a good meeting with them, very good meeting, and coincidentally, since that meeting, you know, we have dropped our collisions, let's see here, 28% over last year. So our systemic issue of UTRs turning corners, hitting bomb cars, we're still getting some of those. But since that meeting, it really made a difference, I believe, out there. That plus our managers out there emphasizing safe corners and making sure the casuals take a spin around the yard before they go, and having our foreman mentioning it at the safety briefs has really made an impact. And a 28% reduction is fairly significant. We're very proud of that, considering that it has been the most systemic issue we've had at YTI. In addition to that, we've had meetings with PMA, provided them our additional training materials. We have additional training materials in the form of, one is a video. One is a video of all the collisions that have happened, kind of a collage, if you will. And then we also developed a YTI independent UTR safety video that we show at our trailers. And in addition to that, we also developed a flyer for new drivers that has helped out. We provided that all to PMA in the last 2 weeks, hoping they'll incorporate some of that into their training right now. In addition to that, you know, I'm part of the NIMSA board, and we have received the training information for all of the other terminals and ports in the entire United States, including Canada, trying to collate how much training they do compared to what PMA does. And so I believe in the December board meeting with the PMA that'll be covered. Because if you look at other terminals and other ports, they do a lot more training than we do here. We're about a day and a half, and most of them are somewhere between 3 and 5 day average. So that'll be interesting to see what happens when that's presented to the PMA board. Also, we've kind of shifted our safety meetings, and we're having smaller safety meetings. In addition to the IPOs, we're having smaller department safety meetings that cover safety in general. We're tracking well there. We find that we get a lot more feedback when we have less people in the meeting. You know, previously we fill this room up, have 60 people in here, and ask for comments, and it's hard to get. But when you're sitting in a room with 15 people, they have no problem talking. They give you really good feedback, give you some good actions, and it's really made a difference in the way we do our meetings, develop our actions, and I believe that it's also bringing them along on our journey for safety. In addition to that, we also had our second quarter claims meeting, and that went very well. We're doing well on claims. We're tracking, let's see here. For GL claims last year, we had $395,000 this time, and we're down to $232,000 the same period. Our overall claims are down 15%. So our GL claims is really showing a big improvement. One of the biggest issues there that we have faced, and I think most terminals face, is bodily injury to over-the-road truckers. When I first came in here, we had 19 cases open, bodily injury to over-the-road truckers. Currently, we have 0. I don't know how long that'll last, but those are the most expensive claims. Those are the ones that hit our $100,000 deductible, and they just grow. So the good news is that for this year, we have no over-the-road trucker bodily injuries as of right now. And I consider that a big win. Also covered was the cost of claims for equipment damage and workers' comp. We also had our second quarter engagement meeting. And this engagement meeting is Eric's meeting. Eric brings myself and his leads, department heads in, and we discuss every single individual person's engagement. And we evaluate it based on the criteria that we developed to determine whether or not we feel that they're actually doing what we pay them for and as engaging labor on both a positive and corrective nature. And I'm happy to report after a very long meeting that all of our OMs are now currently meeting expectations, with select few exceeding expectations, but nobody below expectations. So the message is getting out there, and I think it's showing our overall safety results. Any other questions on this slide? Yes, sir.
About the joint safety meeting with ILW, one is ILW leadership meeting and another one is HIPO workshop.
Right.
In the workshop, just they also share like a HIPO case, other terminal, or best that any best good safety practice at other terminals, or we just share our case.
Well, it was interesting. We had a leadership meeting. We had all the presidents and vice presidents from all the unions, and they did share some of the incidents from other terminals. But generally, we focus on our problems and our issues. It was interesting when we were in there. I showed the collage of the UTR damages, and one of the persons that was in there was a UTR trainer, and her video was on there where she got in a collision at our terminal last year, and she raised her hand. So the leadership meetings was a one-time deal. We're going to bring them back in again at some point and talk to the leadership, but the individual ones, they do talk about other terminals, but quite honestly, most of the people in those meetings are either regulars or steadies. So they know YTI, they like YTI, and they talk about YTI problems.
So they go to other terminals best practice.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Understood.
Any other questions? Moving on to the next slide, I'm happy to report that the months of July, August, and October, there were no lost time injuries. The one you see there in September is the HIPO, which I will go into on the next slide. So we made a good recovery from the first quarter. We did start off well. So it's good to see that our efforts are paying off. Our incidents are down a little bit, not a lot. They're down 5 total incidents from this time last year. And our near miss program is just a systemic cultural issue now that managers do. We don't have to have contests. We don't have to enforce it. It's just part of the nature of their business, which took a few years to get to. But I'm proud of the fact that they're taking it as an action, just as part of their job.
Are you still doing the coins?
Yes, we are doing the coins. I just gave one out 2 days ago. I saw a picture today, so yeah. But not as much as we were before, but yes. Any other questions on slide 5? So on slide 6 here, you'll see our HIPO. So as you're walking in the building here, there's that pole that you hit the button and it opens the door. So we had an OCU clerk that was coming to work. She had her hands full, and she went to hit the button with her side and missed and fell and landed on her back, just coming in the door. Unfortunately, she did have a stress fracture of her L12 vertebrae. She's still off of work. Thankfully, they've taken all back braces off, and she's in physical therapy right now. And her next doctor appointment is scheduled for December 5th. Really nice lady, one of our older OCUs down there. Very good shape, very healthy lady, and I don't know how you stop that one. It's a tough one to address. Just coming in the door, not hurting yourself. So that's the one last time we had for the course. You'll see there that YTI by itself is currently tracking at this time at 1.40, and our vendors are performing well, which is much appreciated all the way across the board. Any other questions regarding safety?
appreciate actually the performance and those campaigns, promotions, and then that is showing exactly that's the performance, right? But then I think that last year we've done something like Thanksgiving, like Christmas, New Year holidays actually managed well last year. We hope actually you can manage actually without any heavy injury for this season also. Because the holiday season always like the losing attention sometimes. So I think please keep watching and educating, talking with your neighbors, not to cause any problem.
Yes, sir. I'm happy we made it through the first part of this rain too. That's always an issue. We made it pretty clean through the rain too. So yes, holidays are much more a concern. We did send out to our managers a report of last year's injuries during this period because December was a rough time, and pointed out the areas that they need to improve and focus on for the coming months. Thank you. Switching gears a little bit, there was a meeting on November 7th. A few of us in this room were there. It was regarding the indirect source rule. Port of Los Angeles and Long Beach were there. There was quite a few environmentalists there. It was an interesting meeting, entertaining, but also very productive. The Port of Los Angeles, Long Beach, and the AQMD voted 9-1 to accept the joint MOU, the cooperative agreement. What this is an agreement between the ports and AQMD that kind of prevents stalls possibly the regulation development, and the port is on the hook for developing plans, and they have to meet these plans. The first phase of the plan is due December 31st, 2017, focuses squarely on us, marine terminal equipment. The second phase there you'll see is 2028. It's for non-container handling terminals, switchers and hovercraft, and then the last phase is on 2029, December 31st. There are penalties associated with that, anywhere from $50,000 to $200,000 if the port misses their milestones. So I think that's a big win. PMSA, in my opinion, did a great job of getting us there. At that meeting on November 7th, I think pretty much every single terminal head was there, plus a good representative from all the terminals. And most of us all spoke. I think, if I counted right, there was 75 speakers in the room and another 25 on the call, somewhere around there. And so it got a little contentious at the end. The Clean Air Coalitions and the environmentalists they ended up protesting kind of at the end, and they had to clean us out of the room. So we had to go watch a lot of it from the cafeteria on TV. But cooler heads prevailed, and I admire the board for accepting this MOU. Any other questions or comments? So that whole
comment on that's already been, it's kind of been in play for probably for about 3 years. Discussion with it like that. So I think to get into a cooperative agreement was a huge win for the industry. A lot of work has got to be done with it, but it's got some big spots. So very happy to have the outcome.
So shifting gears to the environment, I'll just say that the white guys lead the pack in some ways, and I'm proud to have Matt here to present where we're at currently with our environmental initiatives. So Matt.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, everybody. To today's point, 2025 has been a big year from the sustainability and zero emissions front. We are getting a lot of equipment starting to come in, especially in this second half. Some of these projects are several years old, and equipment that we purchased, all the way back in 2022, I think, and beyond. So great to see this equipment finally getting delivered and starting to get put into our operations. So I'll just provide a quick update on some of that equipment. First, we did get our first of 2 core-funded EV Taylor heavy lifts. That arrived back in late October, and it's been put into operations. You can see a picture of it on the upper right there, down on the wharf. We also got all 7 of our Toyota forklifts through the Carl Moyer program. This is one of our older projects back in, I think it was 2021 or 22. We ordered those 7 units, and they've finally been delivered. You can see 6 of them in the picture on the bottom right. Our EV yard tractor demonstrations, we do have both units on site here. Unfortunately, the Mafi unit, which was delivered several months ago, I think even before last board meeting, is still not in service. We've been working through several safety concerns with Mafi. They addressed a lot of the major concerns that were first raised by the union back over the summer. However, we still have a concern with the design of the step and railing when getting in and out of the vehicle. It is designed with European standards in mind, and it does not pass, I think, the West Coast labor's requirement for a safe step. So we have been pushing back, asking them to please augment or allow us to augment that step, or we will not be able to use it. They have finally relented and are working on some designs right now so that we'll be able to make those adjustments and get that unit into service here, hopefully in the next month or so.
They're actually currently building the step in the rail that they developed in their drawing. So we've left it on them to complete this.
Is it being used or tested anywhere else in the U.S.?
I didn't know about that.
I don't believe so. That's basically their sales guy had to tell them either we're giving up the West Coast market if we aren't able to make this adjustment for YTI, because I think we are one of the only, if not the only one, to do any kind of long-term demonstration. Certainly, I think they did have one demonstration unit that may have been used a couple places, but now Mafia is not very popular amongst the ILWU for their non-ZE products, so that this was kind of the first one they're trying to break in here.
They're also non-BABA, so they're not making a BABA compliant unit right now.
Yeah, for the federal grants, that'll obviously be important. So yeah, so Mafia, not great, but I think we will be able to at least get it in service, test it out, get some data back. Obviously, it was already low on our list of EV-UTR OEMs. Nevertheless, we do have the unit here. Then the other unit is a Tyco unit, which we've been waiting on. For those of you who went to the ACT Expo, you probably saw the unit sitting on the demo floor with our logo on it. However, they were still making some design adjustments. They incorporated an e-axle, which I think will be positive for the runtime of the batteries, but it took them longer to get it delivered and to us. So it was finally delivered. We are still working on putting in the IT and doing the general safety and commissioning of that unit, but we expect it to be in operations probably within the next week or two, I would think. Yeah, question.
Are these tractors able to last 2 shifts without charging?
That's what we're hoping. So these are just demonstrations. This is part of, both of these units are through a lease agreement requirement with the port from our old lease. So the purpose of them is for us to run them and test that out. These specific brands, the Mafia, I think we're highly skeptical that it will be able to do 2 based on the battery size. Tyco, it'll be interesting to see. They're coming out with a larger battery. I forget if our unit has the new larger battery or if it's still the older model.
It does.
It does have the 310? So we think it will, with the larger battery that they've included in there, be able to last 2, but we will have to confirm that in the operations. And there are a few other OEMs who are at or very close to that 2-shift cycle, and a few that have not been able to achieve that yet. So I think we have a pretty good sense of which brands are more reliable and more likely to get at least close to 2 full shifts, and which ones are not. Yeah, no problem. Let's see. Next up, our EV top handlers. We obviously already have our 8 units that are working regularly in our operations. We ordered 6 at the beginning of the year. Those were originally, I think, anticipated to start getting here, towards the December timeframe. We just heard recently that those are delayed slightly. Probably not going to see the first unit until February, and then they're likely to trickle in about one a month from there through June. So those units are coming through. If anything, that's probably not a bad thing for us. Gives us a little bit more time to get some additional chargers in place, so we don't have to do as much managed charging with a limited number of chargers. Speaking of chargers, just kind of recap where we're at with our current capacity. We do have 9 of the permanent or in-ground 200 kW chargers that are out there. We do have 5 smaller 60 kW chargers that we use for those 7 Toyota forklifts, the smaller forklifts. Those are sporadically around our terminal at most of the machine shops. And then we have our 120 kW mobile propane charging unit as well. And we've just recently kicked off a rapid deployment CapEx project to install 8 additional EV chargers at some point, probably in mid-2026. The intention there is to get us some more charging capacity for these new units that are coming in while we wait for the larger EPA grant project to be put into place, which is not expected to be implemented until the year 2028. So this next 8 chargers is really kind of our bridge to get us from where we're at today to the 2028 milestone, and allow us to kind of keep bringing in some new units and keeping them all well charged and in our operations. And lastly, I'll just call out that we are still meeting regularly with LADWP and Pola Engineering on a bi-weekly cadence, just to verify that we will be able to achieve our EPA Clean Ports 2028 targets and the project for that, as well as the long-term full electrification plan. So all the electricity we'll need for full electrification by 2030. They are still making vague promises that we'll be able to achieve everything by 2030, or at least late 2029 they'll have all that power here for us. There is some skepticism when you talk to the actual engineers. I will say that. So I think we definitely still have our concerns, but POLA and DWP is saying and committing some resources to at least claim that they're still able to achieve those milestones and those targets. On our hydrogen fuel cell demonstration front, we are still waiting on some remaining units there that Toyota Tsusho is still to deliver to us. The 2 Kalmar hydrogen fuel cell yard tractors have been further delayed due to contract negotiations with other parties involved, not ourselves. So we're now expecting those to be delivered in February of 2026. We'll have those for 4 years. And then actually, this will be news for everybody at the table here. I just spoke with them, with Toyota Tsusho this morning. They will not be able to achieve getting us a retrofitted top handler by March of this year, of this upcoming year, which is the NATO deadline. Therefore, they're not expecting to be able to get funding for that program because they won't be able to achieve that deadline. So they've asked us to cancel the top handler as part of that demonstration and only move forward with the yard tractors and obviously our RPG, which is already here. So that's news. Obviously, Alan is just hearing that for the first time. Dave just heard it about 10 minutes before we walked in this meeting. They just gave me that information this morning. They have some proposals for other things they'd like to do, but obviously we're going to digest that information and figure out how we plan to proceed from there. So that's new information for us and definitely a change to our plans there.
I got a few questions, and we'll have those all.
Sure. Yeah. The high level, the reason for that is that we were supposed to get the next level design of that top handler. Phoenix has the phase 1 version. They've worked out some kinks. They realized in order to get longer runtime, they had some plans. They're not able to procure the necessary parts to build the design that was intended for us, and therefore now they're at risk of not achieving that milestone. So more to come on that one for sure, as we discuss that.
So that's actually where you understand what the situation is. No loss for YTI, right?
Nothing out of pocket for us, correct? Yeah, exactly.
Just like Toyota Tsusho and have some also that's kind of cost loss by Toyota Tsusho or.
Yeah, exactly. The NATO Tsusho and through the NATO program, we're going to pay for the full retrofit, all the the labor parts, everything like that. So nothing for us. It's just the agreement that we would run it, and then even the fuel, we're only paying a diesel equivalent for this project. So unfortunate. I think we were excited to see. Obviously, we wanted to put those side by side with the electrics and the diesels and see does hydrogen fuel cell really have a competitive edge in any way over an electric possibly. Obviously, we're already pretty committed on the EV top handler front, so not a huge loss for us, but definitely we were excited to be the first to try that out.
Losing opportunity to compare to apply hydrogen.
Exactly. So.
When you say committed on the EV top handler.
Yes, like I said, we've got 6 more coming. Even more through the EPA. So over half of our top handler fleet will be EV by 2028 with this EPA project. So we're pretty happy with EVs. But unfortunate hydrogen fuel cell top handler. I know that Phoenix they seem to like that machine. So all right, next slide. If there's no questions, other questions. We're working, I'd say this is still in progress on kind of that total cost of ownership comparison. The reason is for a lot of what you're hearing now, we haven't gotten a lot of the equipment that we expected to by this point to really be able to get, firsthand YTI data to say how much, fuel and M&R costs are costing in some of these projects. So there's still a lot of TBDs to be filled in for next year. Obviously, with the new news on the top handler, some of those won't be filled in next year, but where we did have information, we were able to kind of fill that in and kind of compare, especially at the unit price level. You're seeing, between diesel and EVs. EVs are usually about twice as much or a little bit more expensive than their diesel counterparts. On the RTG front, we haven't really been considering any battery electric EV models. There is grid connected EV models, but also those haven't been, really a focus for us right now. So we're really just comparing diesel hybrid to the full hydrogen ZE models there. In terms of lifespan, I will say most of these ZE options generally speaking, should get a little bit longer lifespan according to most of the OEMs, but nothing significant. Where a yard tractor may have a 10-year lifespan, EVs are saying 10 to 12, so it's not major, but generally speaking, it is. When it comes to passenger cars as well, electric vehicles generally have a slightly longer lifespan than the traditional diesel or gas-powered machines. When we look at fuel costs, what's interesting is a lot of the numbers, even on the diesels, are assumptions based on industry averages or specs from the OEMs. We don't, and I don't think many terminals do, track at the individual vehicle level certainly, but even at the CHE type. So we don't know how many gallons per day our UTR fleet is using compared to our top handlers, compared to our RTGs. So we're not able to really analyze and say YTI UTRs get X miles per hour or things like that. So that's an assumed annual fuel cost when it comes to the diesel fuel, versus the electric is based on real data that we're getting from those EV units out there and our electric spend there. So, roughly, the industry standard right now is that EVs are probably in, roughly 25% fuel savings compared to the diesel costs. And that'll obviously be dependent on the price of electricity over time. And hydrogen is still slightly more expensive. So even though the RTG itself is a little bit more efficient, with the energy usage, the cost of hydrogen is so much more expensive that it's about 5% more expensive to run than a diesel option on the RTG hydrogen versus diesel. And lastly, M&R costs. Again, these are a lot of, with the exception of the top handler, where we do have some real data for our M&R costs to date with the EV units. You'll see there that $40,000 for the EV top handler compared to $123,000 annually for our diesel top handlers does not reflect the fact that there is a lot of warranty work being done by Taylor on those EV units that we're not paying for. If it wasn't for the warranty, there would be some higher maintenance costs as well associated with the EVs.
Yeah, if I can ask, outside of the warranty, do you have an estimate? How long is the warranty?
It depends on the part. Like I think battery warranty is 7 years. Some components are lifetime. Some components are 3 to 5. So it really depends on the component.
I guess the 40,000 is masked a little bit by that at this point.
Yes.
A little lifespan. Just pardon my ignorance. 123 is per unit, $123,000 in M&R cost.
Yes, I believe that's correct. I'd have to check that with our M&R manager, but that.
Do we have what the projected lifespan M&R looks like? Because I assume your diesels have a long track record, and you can give a fairly accurate number there over its lifespan. So I'm assuming 123 goes from new all the way through 20 to end of life. The EVs are relatively newer, right? A lot of stuff under warranty, the warranty runs out. The warranty work would have value. I guess what is the value on that? Because there's a significant difference there, right? And that's going to eat up the difference of the cost in purchase pretty quickly. So it looks really good until you actually say, okay, how much of that goes out of warranty and how much is it going to actually cost me 5 years once 50% of it's out of warranty. Just a question. I mean, you guys are going to have to consider that when you get to the point of what are we going to invest the CapEx money in.
We plan on providing this updates to the next board meeting too, because right now there's assumptions, and I'm sure there'll be assumptions in the next board meeting. And
There's always some assumptions,
Yeah.
but that's one that probably can be figured out with a little sweat equity behind it. We had 12 poles that were warranty covered. Normally that would cost me this 4 years from now when the warranty's out, right?
Yeah, I think we could probably get that information, but yeah, to Dave's point, we'll work with Taylor, I think, to try and our M&R shop. These are the first 8 units off their assembly line from EV, right? So obviously we are truly the guinea pigs and the ones probably helping them determine what those are going to be.
Other incidents at M&R because it is prototype level.
Yeah.
There's going to be stuff that they improve on too.
Yeah.
But getting a firm grip on the lifespan cost of these would be a really good thing.
Yeah, and that's why, like I said, we're trying to get more firsthand data to say, this is not assumption or based on recommendations from the OEM themselves, where this is what we're seeing firsthand. I will say, and it kind of try to highlight that in the last row there in the assumed M&R savings. Generally speaking, the battery electric or even the hydrogen fuel cell, it's the moving parts is what makes the maintenance cost so much better. So there's almost just as many moving parts on the RTG, and there's more moving parts on the top handler with the hydraulic systems and things like that, where, I think yard trucks will have the most maintenance savings at the end of the day, because it is the most one-to-one, where it's really just a diesel engine versus your battery electric engine. As you kind of go up to the top handler, it's going to be more expensive. You're not going to see 50% maintenance savings like you might with the yard truck, and then even less so with the RTG, where it's really just that kind of fuel cell versus the generator. Okay. So we'll continue to populate that. Like I said, I think we may even try to do our own little internal fuel sample, just to try to get some more accurate data on the fueling itself. So more.
Then for the further analysis, further evaluations, maybe talking about the M&R, right? Then we understand that doesn't include the warranty repairs. That's the one question. The second question is because the battery need to be replaced every 5 years or every 2 or 3 years. What kind of manufacturers recommendations? And then also actually that should be cost us, right? For replacement. So then I don't know how much actually we need to pay for new battery for this. I think that is another maybe maintenance repairs cost. So we need to count on. So then, but I mean, still wait for the further investigation. So there's so far as we've seen that number. Then, for example, top handler actually is 1 million more capex up from fee we need to pay. Then we can save 25% in fuel costs, costs. But actually, money is not so big. I mean, to recover 1 million. I mean, 10 billion. I mean, over the 15 years, they not recover 1 million initial cost. So because we can get some kind of subsidy from government and some organizations, then we are not paying that sort of money right now. But the result, subsidy looks like, financially it doesn't make sense. So if that's real object, so maybe we have to appeal this kind of fact to the someone to keep funding or maybe some supporting to the EV equipment. So otherwise, actually, operators like us actually have to absorb all extra costs. That's it's good for winning strategy, but financially it doesn't make sense. So my point is we still keep monitoring these kind of operations. Then better to share this kind of analysis with some authority or somewhere. To push them to keep supporting us for funding. Then another question is fuel cost, EV fuel cost. That's a pure green fuel basis. Or normal electrical charge. Or are you buying a pure
credits or
carbon zero energy?
no, that's much more.
We collect the carbon credits for our AMP usage and now for our EV charging, so we are getting some LCFS credit revenue. But no, from a fuel standpoint, no. Maybe I'm misunderstanding your question.
Yeah, because the fuel objects, maybe because charging, right?
Yeah.
That electricity came from carbon zero energy.
Okay, right. No, it's just purely grid energy.
Purely,
Yeah.
power.
Whatever DWP is providing.
The last update I got from them was 2040. Before the DWP would be able to provide green electricity. And that was a while ago that I got that.
Right. So then, I don't know the regulation though. Actually, for the EVs, are we required to use green energy electricity? No. Not yet. Okay.
No, and that's one of the complaints about EV and electrical charging is that, it's the electrical pipes coming from Arizona, or if it's coming from somewhere else in California, you're still, that grid power grid is not green.
Yeah.
Right, so all you're doing is, and this is some of what proponents of this are, the people who aren't happy with things saying, well, all you're doing when you go electric, all you're doing is pushing your bad emissions to a power plant somewhere else, because it's not required to be green.
I see. I see.
So,
And you get a similar discussion on hydrogen, right? Because there's different kinds of hydrogen, green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, gray hydrogen. And while hydrogen is better than diesel, you get environmental groups that are saying, well, if you use green hydrogen, you're wasting time, right? So it's hard to, get us, a thing where it's gonna be completely green, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it's involved even close to now any electrical or hydrogen yet.
Yeah, and we can't control the electricity we get delivered to the terminal, right? That's completely controlled by LDWP, so I don't think we'll never have control of that. That'll be completely on DWP to say, you guys are getting green electricity. On the hydrogen side, technically we can say we require green hydrogen fuel, or we don't require it and we can get blue or gray. So we have a little bit more control there. But yeah, on the electricity side, we will never really be able to, I think, dictate that. So, if and when we start to report on, scope 3 emissions, which would look at where you're getting your energy from, that would be when that would kind of be incorporated into anything we're seeing.
But I mean, so that's as an assumption is okay. Then if we need to buy pure green electricity, price will be up, right?
I would assume so.
Yeah. So then I mean, again, financially actually that is a very sustainable or not. That is a
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead.
Just that I think we'll turn this into a more complex model that allows for the changing variables, right? So it's not a single number. It can look at a range of what happens to electricity prices and how does that dictate that. But I think this at least establishes a foundation for us to start to fill in some of these questions that you guys are asking here, and as we get real information with our demonstrations or just talking to the industry folks involved in this right now.
The only other thing I was going to say that Suji, I think is spot on in that the increased cost of the zero emission hydrogen, whatever it is, of that versus diesel, I don't think it's ever going to pay itself off. I think there's always, there's going to be the cost of going, the meeting green mandates. Maybe as time goes on, maybe things get better and they're not as expensive, kind of like when flat screen TVs first came out. Then you get a flat screen TV for $1,200, and then you get it for $200. That maybe that gets better, maybe it doesn't, I don't know. But the investment it takes on EV and that higher cost, like $7 million plus additional cost, I don't think that'll ever be made up.
Well, that matters, at least from my point of view, because under current EIR conditions, you get to use it till the end of its lifespan. You're not mandated to not buy diesel yet, right? So where we spend our resources becomes an issue.
And we've talked about that too, and the flip side of that is that, how much longer will grant money be available, right? Because the thought is that, regardless of what the administration was, if Biden stayed or Trump, whatever, it didn't really matter, that at some point that money will dry up. The money's there because it's new, and they're trying to kickstart the investment in these industries into zero emissions, but it's not gonna last forever. So you get this chicken and egg discussion of take advantage of the grant money while it's there to go ahead and make your investment, and then versus if you wait it out, then you don't. And I think the right answer is you got to balance it.
I was going to say you have two crossing curves as the cost of EV comes down, right? And the disappearance of grants going the other direction, and there's kind of a sweet middle spot there somewhere. Right now we're on the high end of EV costs, but we do have grants on the high end. And as those come down, we're going to find. Because eventually we'll be business as usual, right? And we won't be getting grants. But the expectation, at least from an industrial standpoint, is that the cost of EV will then become much more normalized versus diesel.
Yeah, and I don't think that happens. And I agree with that point. I don't think it happens until more ports are having the mandate to do it right. When it's only, and this is the challenge, right? When it's only mandated in Southern California or California ports, and everyone else is sort of kind of getting there, but it's not a heavy stick on top of you or a deadline. You eventually get there. And I think that we hit that threshold whenever all the ports are really moving that way. I don't know when that's going to be.
When you get the production level economy of scales.
Exactly.
With the advancement in technology and you
That's
start
where the
seeing
savings
the
comes.
numbers come in.
Yeah, great point. Great analogy.
The question facing us right now is, do we spend an extra, X amount of money just to be part of the plan? Do we have to? Do we deporto? Do we cannibal?
Based on my conversation with Psyche since our last board meeting, the answer is no. But we gotta have but because he's asking the right questions, and I think it's contingent upon us to say, okay, yeah, they're great questions, and again, we're kind of caught in the crosshairs of the money versus when it dries up and everything. And again, I think the right answer is how do we get that balance where, okay, let's get this and run out to this life, where you've got a lot of equipment that needs, to get replaced, and what time frame would it take to get it? And we've had this conversation in RTGs, right, and things. So it's a lot to figure out. I think this is the crux of it, right? We're at that transition point. There's no hard place to be than the transition point, and how to navigate that timing that makes sense for a business, while also for the money, while also trying to meet the criteria,
The main criteria.
Yeah. So, well, but I think Matt's right, Dave's right. We got a lot more work on this cost piece. Hone it down a lot better, and we'll do that at every board meeting. We'll just keep this as a running slide. I think that's what you want to do anyway. So it should be.
I have one question on this hydrogen RTG unit cost assumption.
Yeah.
Is this a pure hybrid, pure hydrogen RTG?
Yes.
Or convertible RTG?
No, that would be as if we bought a brand new unit just like the one we have out here.
Okay.
So the one that says pure hydrogen. So more information that I learned in this process from Paseco, at least. Obviously, other RTG manufacturers may have a different product set, but I asked for information on the diesel hybrid, which is what they advertise as easily and more affordably convertible to full hydrogen if and when we're ready. I said, can I also have the price of the pure diesel if I don't care at all and I want the cheapest possible option? And they told me they're no longer making pure diesel. Essentially, the frame and everything about the pure diesel is exactly the same as the diesel hybrid, with the exception of that hybrid generator motor that they're using. Mm-hmm. So they have just abandoned making pure diesel options, because even some of the international ports that may have gone that way, they're just going right to this hybrid. It makes sense from, I think, a fuel saving standpoint. So Paseco at least now is only going to option kind of those two models. So that's the comparison we're looking at going forward there.
My suggestion is, so this is a CapEx subject for RTG.
Correct.
So we want the YTI to include a convertible hydrogen unit,
Okay.
which may be more feasible if the no grant money is supported. Then we can convert.
Converting one of our existing diesels or converting a new hybrid?
We can
something that we
convert
could.
hybrid power bank any time we want.
A convertible unit.
So, yeah, I think what I'm hearing here is, I think responding to other mention is that can we get these existing diesel units and convert them to a hydrogen fuel cell? So if the structure of the unit is good, machinery, because a lot of these things, they're just steel and you got the guts. These things can run for a very long time, no different than the short range. We converted over a pure diesel that we have now in our fleet, one of the 14, we convert that over to a hydrogen fuel cell. What does that look like? Is that your question? Cost wise?
Because Paseco is now producing that convertible RTG unit. They are testing some Japanese firm.
Yeah, you got a couple of organizations out there that are going with this convertible retrofit, I guess. I don't know how you want to call it, what do you want to transition it, but take out the diesel and put it into a hydrogen fuel cell.
Yeah.
So if your question though is to consider that option. Make sure we consider our option as we're looking at these different technologies.
Or vice versa. We initially we put the hydrogen power bank, and then if we get the grant funding, and if grant funding is finished, maybe we can remove the hydrogen power bank and install diesel unit. Our concern is hydrogen fuel cost is very expensive, so not sustainable financially. So that's why I don't want this pure zero emission hydrogen RTGs are maybe very risky. So that's why we want to be more flexible options.
So, Isan, if I can ask a question, you're talking about new builds, new orders?
New orders, yeah, new
He's not talking about converting current.
Not converting existing RTG.
He's talking about future forward.
Right.
Yeah, we are buying a whole brand new for RTG. That some options we want to compare.
Yeah.
Traditional pure diesel and the hybrid electric machine, and maybe convertible hydrogen.
Yeah.
And
This,
that's what we're looking at.
So, like for SSA, for example, they're buying the diesel hybrid units. That's what they're buying, and
Which is what we're looking at.
Yes.
And the goal is take the diesel engine out at some point, they have to, right?
yeah.
But there's also the other option, like you mentioned, you could take one of our RPGs and convert it to hydrogen fuel cell.
We don't want the retrofit existing because of the new environmental regulations in the new lease.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's what I thought as well, because we have been approached by several companies that will retrofit these units specifically for us. There's grant money that they think they can get for it, but because of the age of that, we originally kind of shied away from that approach. So yeah, so what you're seeing there, the column that says diesel hybrid is what Paseco would call their convertible option, right? So you buy it in that form, and then I think it's a kit for it's under $1 million. I think it might be like $800,000 or something, if I'm not mistaken. The kit that they would take out the diesel hybrid generator and put in the hydrogen fuel cell power pack.
Yeah.
So that's what that would look like. But okay, understood. We'll scope that out as kind of a convertible option with the full cost would look like.
And this chart would definitely mature.
Yeah.
Immediately after.
All right. That's a good transition to our grant updates. So obviously, first and foremost, our EPA Clean Ports grant. Thank you everybody involved in getting that and keeping it moving forward. We did successfully sign and get the subrecipient agreement with the port executed at the end of September with some notices to proceed from the port. And since then, Dave and I have been off and running to get these RFPs out and posted as expeditiously as possible. So happy to report our top handler RFP was posted on the Polo Ramp website yesterday, so it is now publicly available for people to go out and bid on. We'll expect responses through middle end of December. So obviously then after the holidays at that point, we'll be making a decision very beginning of the year on our top handler. Not expecting anything crazy coming out of that. Really, besides Taylor, we'll be interested to see if anybody else even has a electric top handler to bid on. The other and very important one that we're working on right now is our engineering design, project management, and construction management RFP. So that'll all be an all-encompassing RFP for all those services in order to implement all of the infrastructure required for this project by December 2028.
Well, one important thing to point out is we're the first terminal to get the equipment RFP in, and that has a lot to do with the lead time. That's why we push so hard for that. I know Everport says 31 top handlers they want to purchase under their EPA grant, so it's important for us to get on the list first. So we are on the list first, which is good.
Yeah. Dave.
You're talking infrastructure of the charging station.
No, we're talking about the top handlers themselves.
The actual top.
Yes, for that one.
Yes.
The infrastructure one is the next urgent one we need to get out because of the lead times, and that is, I think it's about 95% complete right now, going through some legal reviews. We're getting all the terms and conditions and the insurance policies and requirements all just kind of buttoned up before that's posted. Obviously, that one will have a much more competitive bidding process, a lot more engineering firms out there that we expect to be vying for that one, so it's got a little bit more to it than the RFP for the top handlers. So we're hoping to get that posted hopefully by the end of this month, but certainly by December at the absolute latest. In order to, like I said, get that moving as well. From there, once those RFPs are released, next year we'll be releasing RFPs for the individual charging stations that will go into the infrastructure project, and then lastly the electric UTRs, which have a shorter lead time, so we weren't concerned about getting those out as quickly.
There has been one other terminal already posted their RFP in engineering, so we won't be first on that one. Everport's, I believe.
Evercourse just got theirs in last week, is what we heard.
You guys running neck and neck.
Pretty much, yeah.
We're trying to catch it.
Yes.
About RFP,
Yes.
can we decide the payment condition to the manufacturer?
The payment conditions are very specific. The EPA has very specific requirements in terms of, I think, how they can structure those. On the equipment side, I don't think there's anything out of the norm there. I think it should be 20% down and then 80% upon delivery, so exactly as our current ones. And then the EPA process for the grant money is a reimbursement process. So once we submit payments and have the documentation and invoicing ready to go, we submit that to the port submits it to the EPA, and in 1 to 2 months that money ends up flowing back through to YTI. So we make full payment. A month or two later we get a 70% reimbursement check.
So install payment percentage can be decided by YTI, like a 20% assigning with
I don't know. We for the top handlers at least, we were just going on the assumption that I was at least it would be similar to how the existing ones were purchased. The Taylor Calift requires the 20% down payment for all EV purchases, so we assumed that would be consistent. I don't think Dave. I'm not sure if you thought any differently.
No,
we didn't.
that's what we.
We didn't specify any different kind of payment requirements or anything.
Yeah, so my point is that we want to get this grant funding as soon as possible.
Do we want to put more?
100%
Yeah.
payment at signing.
Yeah.
Get some discount.
Sure.
Get the money first. And such kind of approach can be taken.
Yeah, I think that can still be negotiated in the actual RFP and contracts, the upcoming negotiations through the RFP process. I'll bring that up with our consultants. I'm not sure if.
And you talk to Port too.
Yeah.
When you talk to Port, because they've been actually drawing, they've been getting money paid back from the EPA. They said it's been pretty quick. That they've been drawing funds on other projects that have nothing to do with this and with that grant money, and they've been getting their reimbursement fairly quickly. But let's come back to you on that. We'll talk to the Port and see what the average payback time is for EPA grant for getting our money back. Is that what you're asking?
I think he's asking if do we want to pay more up front,
Oh,
20%, so we can get
We're trying to
reimbursed
cash
faster.
discount
You know?
here, guys.
Yeah.
That's essentially what I think 80% is coming for.
Yeah,
If we- Instead of 20%, if we pay for everything up front, can we get a percentage off? But then the question becomes, we'd only save 70% of that discount because we're only gonna get a matching amount of 70% back from the EPA, correct?
Correct.
So if we get a discount, it's gonna be 70% of the discounted number, we're not gonna be able to kind of game the system there.
Yes.
Yes.
So I'll maybe touch a little bit on the language to what Tim is bringing up. Whatever discounts you're securing, they're shared. So it goes back to the grant itself. So you can't really keep a discount and say, okay, this was the original pricing of it before we had made an early payment. So usually grants don't allow for something like that. So that's on the grant language, typical grant language.
Yeah, but we are gonna pay 30% of a lesser number, so we're gonna save some money.
Yes, absolutely.
That's, I think, that's your point.
Yeah,
Yes.
and get grant money as soon as
Reimbursed
possible
faster. Yeah.
before federal government change mind.
Yes, sure.
Yes, and on the RFP, this was one of my updates, Seki-san, to you, that staying close to the just general RFP and how we're structuring the milestone payments and such for EPA related or any CapEx related language.
Okay. So just to call out, we did hire the Starkist Consulting Group, which I believe 4 of the 5 Polo terminals also did. So they are sharing a lot of templates and formats and things like that, and RFP info with each other, which is helpful to keep things moving a little quickly, but also obviously we're all competing with each other at the same time. So we are preparing some new internal policies and procedures documents. The conflicts of interest, some of you are already familiar with because we've asked you to sign those for us to make sure they're in place. So we'll be implementing a few of those. They will be EPA specific, while I think we work on possibly some more generic ones company-wide, but those are requirements through the EPA. So we are simultaneously, a little bit of, assembling the airplane on the runway just to keep this all moving and make sure we're hitting these deadlines. Moving on, we are also in the process of applying for some new battery electric UTRs. There is a program through AQMD called Invest Clean that is open right now through the end of the month, where they have, you can get up to $300,000 in grant funding per UTR, which is a significant portion. Most of those UTRs are, in the $300,000 to $400,000 range, so you're getting well above 50% off Comparatively, I think they offered a little bit more for a top handler, but obviously top handlers are so much more expensive. You're getting a fraction of the savings there. So we focused on the yard tractors. We're applying for 15 new EV yard tractors. There is a 1-to-1 scrap requirement, so we would have to give up 15 of our old diesel units, which isn't a problem for us since we have an aged fleet. And we'll see how that goes. The total funding opportunity is only $20.6 million, and we're asking for about 4.5. So we'll see. I don't know if we'll get all of that. It's probably a little unrealistic, but we wanted to ask for more and scale it back if necessary, rather than leave any money on the table. So we'll see how that goes. We should probably get an answer back on that at some point in the first half of the next year, I would assume. And lastly, kind of the biggest changes recently is the Arches Hydrogen Hub, which most of you are aware. The federal funding that was going to support that has been frozen or pulled. So they're no longer getting $1.2 billion in federal funding. $500 million of that was planned to go to the ports, with about, I think, $10 million or so going to each individual terminal in the next year or so for these types of projects. They've asked us to put all of our plans on hold for the time being. They're pursuing other state level and kind of private industry sources of funding. They don't want us to completely give up this train of thought, but everybody is essentially not moving forward with any of these hydrogen projects until that comes through. Our proposal was to move forward with 4 new fully hydrogen zero emission RTGs from Paseco and ask for the full 80% cost share allowed, which would be about $17.28 million in grant funding. And also we kind of stipulated that it would require that $10 per kilogram of hydrogen fuel commitment that the port made in order to make that viable. So that was the ask. Again, I think we even said in our response to some of the Che questions, without the grant funding, hydrogen certainly doesn't seem to make sense for us right now. But with the grant funding, that's it can be a lot of money towards the cost. Makes it definitely much more appealing. So we'll keep a close eye on that and keep you all updated as things progress on that front. But for the time being, Arches seems to be dead in the water.
Which is going to eliminate point 2 essentially at this point in time, right? You're obviously without having a quote-unquote bunkering facility that we can use, this becomes the hydrogen RTGs become unrealistic, as you said.
I think it's more that the fuel savings don't justify paying anything close to the full price for a hydrogen RTG, whereas if you're getting 80% of the costs covered by a grant, now you're paying a lot less for a hydrogen unit than you would for a hybrid. So at that point, the slightly more fuel costs would justify itself because your upfront cost savings are significant. The fueling standpoint, I don't think at $10 a kilogram, and we're even getting we are talking to a few people that are trying to establish a hydrogen fuel market that are coming in and already claiming below $10, guaranteed 2 years from now, 2-3 years from now. So I think it's there, but again, only if you can get all the money off up front for buying the units is the way that we're seeing.
But at this point, you have nothing being put in front of us saying we want to fund this.
No, not until we get confirmation that there is a grant funding opportunity to go with it.
It'll be interesting to see with the ISR cooperative agreement what the port's plans are for infrastructure. Because this is going to have to play in there at some point in the plans.
All right, I've got one more slide. We can move to the next. All right, last, just want to provide a kind of a quick update. We've had a lot of Che procurement projects over the last several fiscal years, some of them spanning multiple years. I will just point out, basically all except for, as you'll see, our FY23 bomb cart project have been replacement Che orders, right? So we're not, except for those 10 bomb carts, which were incremental at the time, these have all been replacement requests. You can see over the course of those years, how many of the diesels versus electric options were purchased in each given year. Numbers in red are units that we've been approved for on a CapEx, but we have not ordered yet for a variety of different reasons. Mostly to do with, I think, grants. The EPA grant, if it's associated with that, has had to wait until contracts were signed, things like that. Some of the other ones are just delayed deliveries from the vendors themselves, and things like that. So that's just kind of an update on where we're at. You'll see the numbers in parentheses means that we still have plans to scrap those units, but they have not been scrapped yet. So just wanted to provide a kind of quick update of where things are at. You know, most of those projects from 2023 are now fully closed out, but FY24 and FY25 projects are still very much in process. And yeah, working through that.
In here, California, for scrapping, you need to pay or they buy scrapping or
Most of these, if it's our choice to scrap, I think we'll try to sell them if there is a market to do so first. As you'll see one of the comments, we have some very old Fantuzzi units that we, at least at the time that I made this slide, were up for sale. I don't know if we followed through with that or not. So I think the general strategy now, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong there, is to try to sell if possible. If not, then we'll scrap. And then
But we do have the scrapping requirements for the grants.
some grants that have them.
And they're very specific on how to scrap it. I mean, they want a hole in the crankcase. It's 3 inches by 3 inches. It can't be square. It's got to have edges to it. And they'll come out and inspect the equipment just to make sure that it's scrapped properly before we scrap it. That's separate from our overall check.
So you have to pay for the scrap.
and we need to pay for scrapping. So scrapping, like a company doesn't buy items or anything. We need to pay.
That's a good question for Sean. I'm not sure.
Even we scrap now,
Essentially. So we try to sell it, and so far the response is the value of the equipment is not worth what we invest. So most likely we're gonna sell it as a steel.
Still buy, right? Even scrap still buyers. Well, not valuable at all.
So far we have not found any buyer yet, so we will continue to reach out.
I see.
but we assume that the book value is zero at that point on most of these, right? So it's not just a matter of if they find a couple more IDs, and if they can, I'm sure they will.
You can bring to the China, India, scrapping.
They'll buy it.
If we have room on the wing, we can send them to India. A little expensive to get them these stoves, mind you, but.
Some of these salvage scrapping companies give you some type of value for what they actually end up scrapping, but their actual job to scrap, vendorize it, equipment essentially does not come with that cost.
I see. So that's a more operation cost.
I was gonna make the point that we demolished the crane, we dismantled some of the cranes, we had done like 8 in there, that either belong to the floor or belong to us, but at least the ones that we've taken down, we've taken down, pay PCMC to dismantle the cranes, we take them next door, that's the recycle. The only good thing about having a recycling next door, you can put it right over there, and they've given us scrap value, but going back to what Sandra said, they give us scrap value, but, which has been nice, you know, a little bit of scrap value for the steel, the cost to do it all, the scrap, it's
Some working like
you know, you never
expense.
walk away with it. Get offset, I think, probably the best way to say it. Get offset of your cost, your total cost. That makes
Especially in the crane side, I assume,
Yeah.
that's a pretty big project. The
The
UTR.
cranes have a lot of steel in them, right? And it's kind of like clean steel in that it's all right, you get these big chunks of steel, whereas these machines have all these other components on them and stuff. You may have mirrors, side mirrors that you got to off the frame, or reflector lights you have to off the
It's a lot of work to get to the metal that is involved in it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's copper wiring, for God's sake, would be torturous to get out of there, right?
Well, we'll update on that, as we start to get into this. That's, you know, kind of going back to the last 2 slides that Matt presented, you know, that we'll add that component as we get there. Hey, we scrap something, maybe we got $75 or, you know, whatever we got from it. We'll add that to the component of it all, just so we got a full picture of what's going on with these things. Yeah, we can do that. And I think what we have is because I think one of the things you've already asked us for is if you sell anything, what value do you get for it? I think we already got to report that, so we'll just start adding, we'll clean up the report and we'll say, okay, we sold X number of pieces, we got this kind of, I think we got a little bit of that on here. And then we got some scrap, we sold it, we got this, we got scrap back. So we get a full picture, we'll clean it up.
The staff goes out to your side?
Yes.
We're in a row here.
You want to pick 5?
Well, that concludes includes the board meeting.
Got the important stuff.
That whole section took an hour, we're done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good time.
Y'all picked Oakland just to change it up a little bit, or y'all?
Visit. Tim hadn't been there for a while. Suji and Koyama wanted to take a look. We've got some projects on the hopper that we're looking at. So it's like,
You mean like,
On the team.
let's put eyes on it.
And the train tech city, there's the amalgamation of like 3 old terminals over the years, right? 3 or 4, I think, might be the old DPMT facility at one point.
It's
Old CNET facility. and-
it's a bit of a Frankenstein.
I think all the terminals up there are, right? Because
They
they're all-
are.
Because you have like 7 terminals, then you got 3.
OICT was the same way.
You know, ICT the same way, they're all Frankenstein.
Yeah, so, you know, there's interest now in, okay, how do we then, can we incorporate some of the old Outer Harbor, Ports America terminal and integrate that and do some things up there. So
Trying right now. Eric says Tim Billy, someone.
so there's a lot of things going on.
So you want a round trip?
oh, here we go. Says a minute.
You,
What's funny is I have her mute down here, which should.
but you have to do it on the app.
I don't know, say that out loud.
Oh, okay. That's good. Okay, yeah.
Aging eyesight, it's easier for me to, at least in some cases, when you guys are showing numbers.
Oh, he wanted to come sign it. You know what, you
I used to have the same view in the office. The Oregon office is straight past the end of this, and I had a direct view of across the bay at the cruise terminal and PV. And so,
Need to watch things work.
Great, very fun.
Since you keep giving him hope, you can go back.
I'll go get them both.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So when you shift gears and we'll go to the financial report?
Yeah.
You want to say anything about that?
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe. The whole thing. Yeah.
Reason HJ? Yes. Your clicker no longer works.
Why?
Did you do something here?
No, I didn't do anything.
It's okay. Where's the presentation? Who dropped the presentation?
This one.
Okay, so where's the?
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you.
It works.
That one's here.
I fixed it.
Yeah, sure. All right, guys, we'll get started here. We'll review our financial results for our Q1 and Q2 year-to-date results. We'll touch on operational drivers for those results, and then we'll also look at some details of what's driving the variances from revenue to bottom line net income. There are other slides in here that I will not necessarily go slide by slide. There is a variance explanation for Q1 versus Q2, and there's also a variance for Q2 versus budget Q2. This presentation itself, the conversation will focus on the year-to-date where we stand. If you guys have any specific questions for those time periods, you can handle those here or offline. So with that being said, our revenue came in year-to-date for the month of September of $210 million. That is resulting in a negative variance of 8 million or so from our original budget. Direct expenses is moving in the same direction as revenue goes down. We're expecting our variable costs to complement it. As you can see, direct expenses came in at 154 million versus 161, which resulted in a positive variance of 7 million. Jumping down to the operating expenses, some would break even $500,000 worse than what we expected, 32.6 million versus 32.1. Between the actuals and budget, there's a reason why this is showing this way. I'll touch on it. Biggest one I'll give you guys a hint is depreciation, so I'll touch on that. Other income, slightly better by $500,000, and then dropping us down to our net income, coming in at 23.6 versus 24.8, which is lower from the budget by 1.1 million. Same trend, it can be seen with EBITDA. EBITDA is coming in lower by $500,000. Obviously, we're not including the depreciation impact and the interest income in there. So that's why it's not the same as net income. With that being said, we'll focus a little bit on our revenue, and I will jump up to our operating KPIs that are driving our revenue to explain what's actually happening. While our gross move per hour is slightly better, great job operations, we are seeing a vessel throughput volume dropping down from 411K budgeted to 389, which is a 21.8K drop from the budget. Most of this volume or negative variance is resulting from our Premier Alliance FP1 service, which is coming in year to date by 11.9K lower than what we expected to see. In addition to that, the second highest driver is that extra orders not coming in as planned. That was around 5.9K. With that all together, we're looking at 82 million of unfavorable results from the vessel throughput. This is slightly offset by our good track on the rail moves. We are seeing our rail increasing here kind of month over month, honestly, and it is at 113 versus 97, which is a positive variance of 15.6K. So that's good. This is mostly being driven by O&E and one high eastbound rail volume increasing on AP1 and FP1. That's what is driving the rail. To offset that rail pickup that helped offset some of the vessel throughput, we are seeing and by the way, the rail revenue is around $2.5 million, positive favorable. To offset that, the maintenance and repair revenue is declining. That is a negative variance of around 6.6 million, and that continues to be related to our chassis repair as well as the lower reefer volume. Lower reefer volume is obviously complementing the drop in vessel throughput, so it makes sense. Chassis revenue, we continue to see this trend. We're closely observing what's happening and having conversations with Chris and HJ to determine how are we going to consider this for the budgeting purpose of fiscal year 26. Okay. And then with that's around 0.6, dropping down to other revenue, which is representing the merge, as well as 12 days coming in lower than what we projected, from 5.4 days to versus 6.5. So that's resulting in around 1.9 of unfavorable revenue. So all in all, that is around 8 million or so of negative revenue year to date. Okay. Any questions on revenue? I'm going to quickly jump over here to just showcase what's actually taking place, a little bit more of detail. I highlighted AP1 and FQ1. This is year to date and then a quarter to date. You can see what's happening as mentioned, FP1 is the driver of this negative variance, and then following that is actually for year-to-date, our extra loaders. But if you jump over to quarter-to-date, we can see that FP1 is still a driver for quarter two, and then AP1 was also a driver for quarter two, rather than extra loaders. Any questions on the specifics here from operational KPIs driving the vessel throughput? Okay. Just wanted to showcase here, this is a KPI that we track, the rail percentage of vessel. Guys remember that we were around 23 and some change percent of total vessel throughput. As you can see here, which is also shown in the rail moves, we are steadily increasing our rail throughput to 29.18 year to date. So that's tracking real well. We are setting the rail, and I'm sure there's going to be conversations around this for the budgeting purposes, so more to come for fiscal year 26. Okay? I'll go back to our mid-year here to touch on direct expenses. As stated, vessel throughput is driving most of that, so favorable pickup of around $3.7 million from direct expenses, direct labor, variable costs. I'll just mention a couple of things here that are important to mention. There are a lot of efforts going around from just maintaining costs and eliminating costs where we're allowed to, per se, right? So if we have a lower volume week, we're doing everything and anything to control our variable costs and reduce the variable costs. So one of those efforts that I believe we're doing a very good job in is gate closures. So far we have 39 gate closures versus 16 gate closures. That's more of an art than science, because you have to really time it, and Eric and the team does a really good job in making sure that we take every single opportunity when that comes up, depending on the timing of the calls. In addition to that, the other item that's really impacting here is the wharfage, or driving this positive variance. Wharfage is coming in favorable due to the lower volume, and that's around $1.6 million. We are seeing a drop in fuel costs, as that's to be expected as we are introducing more EV equipment. Fuel cost is going to decline. See what else? M&R labor, while we are seeing a direct relationship between chassis revenue and chassis labor, they are moving in the right direction as revenue is declining, also is labor declining. However, some of that is offset for our mechanics on the power side, which more of a headcount is now coming into actual than what was projected for the budget. So that's offsetting some of those savings from the chassis side. Okay. Those are my highlights on the direct cost. Any questions on direct cost? Okay. I'll jump down to operating expenses, coming in lower or higher, 5.5. This is mostly driven by there's ups and downs here. So positive, we are seeing a positive variance in wages and benefits. That's resulting from just some timing of us hiring for those positions that we budgeted for, as well as a accrual that's related to a bonus that was reversed, basically from last year that was not utilized, and it was being accrued at a higher level than what was paid out. That is offset by our terminal rent utilities that's coming in from electricity side. We are seeing a little bit of higher electricity, and our IT spend is tracking higher year to date. However, we had multiple discussions around where we stand with our IT projects and how we're going to do cost control for the rest of the year to offset some of this negative year to date. Okay. Most of the variance under operating expenses is driven by depreciation, negative variance of $1 million. I believe we touched on this last time. So no reason to go into it. There are going to be different processes and procedures that we're going to follow for the following budget where this type of material variance should not be identified in the depreciation line. Any questions on operating expenses? Okay. With that, other income, we are doing slightly better in other income. This is mostly resulting from our cash position being higher than what we projected. We are at 3.09 of interest, money market, however, it's not really money market, but you can call it that. This is slightly lower than where I'm seeing the rest of the financial institutions. So obviously that is part of our RFP process for the new treasury needs. Any questions on the year-to-date financial results? Okay. With that, I'm going to shift over to what are we seeing for the rest of the year. So, let's get there. So what we're seeing here is a rolling forecast, which means that we took the first 6 months of actuals and then re-crunched high-level numbers for the rest of the year, and then we compared that to what the original budget was. If you guys recall, our original budgeted EBITDA was 55.49, 55.5. The latest forecast for the fiscal year of 25 is suggesting that our bottom line, or EBITDA, is going to come in at 50.88. High level driving this obviously is the latest projections that we see from our vessel throughput that is dropping for the rest of the year. So we are bringing that in and basically considering how those drops from October and on are going to play a role in with our financials. Please note this is a high-level overview. Is there opportunity to do better? Absolutely. We closed the month of October coming in slightly better than what we projected. That's also noted in here. So we already ate into some of this negative variance of 4.6 by $500,000 or so. So our efforts are going to be to continue to explore if there are any opportunities from the extra loader or any current services that we from a volume standpoint come in higher. That's going to help. In addition to that, cost control. Not only are we going to be looking at cost control from a variable standpoint, but we are doing scrubs within our operating expenses to see what can we manage, what can we eliminate, and what can we actually go back to our vendors with and say, is there opportunity here to renegotiate it? And I'll touch on that here on my general updates that I have within my department. Any questions on what we are projecting from a rolling forecast standpoint? Any concerns?
No, I mean, no concern. Yes, I mean, at this moment, the market is not so good right now. Then we expect some kind of I mean, appearance should be okay, but some buy, because others may not come. They will skip the voyage. That's possible.
Which one was that?
It's appearance. So far, one or two.
Yes, sir. For forecasting purpose, we didn't touch any number for FPV, so we add we add two more blank for is AP1, PS7, based upon current struggle of their arrival time. Schedule that 5-6 days delay that they may not be able to catch up unless when you put additional vessel to do that. I don't see that happen. So from what we try to do is that we try to manage PS7, which is AP1, to keep the volume within our facility as much as we can. We already see that the middle of December, that 3 vessels are overlapped. One in Singapore and 2 Wanai vessels. So we already give a lot that I think already Wanai working together to spread out this volume, not to come at the same time. to avoid we had the case that Boeing Sprinter had to go on the terminal because of schedule conflict. So we already be mindful about that and communicate with the stakeholder to avoid keep the volume meeting out.
So you're focusing on it, you put the two void
In the yes, sir. And then also reflect the current diminishing volume level and FP1. FP1 used to be mid 7,000 at the beginning of this year. Now I think below 6,000.
So you are focusing also 6,000 basis.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And reduction in FP1.
So just, obviously, very close to the market. Is there any projection that suggests that we'll be able to make up some of this loss? Or I know the market is tight, just kind of looking for guidance there on there's any clawback.
PS4 really, depends on the department of defense.
Yes, yes.
So they have
Yes, sir. I have a session in my later part that yesterday we had a call with Yangmi that they confirmed that I want to share with you that we will have one of their service PS4 service, regular service from WBCT, that it will be either 6,000 or 8,000 TU class vessel that they will load import export. So we're gonna have a really good volume plus military cargo that they target to load the first week of March.
So is this one of the special projects like
Yes, sir.
we did last year?
Yes.
So with the tanks and the little
Yes, sir.
pictures?
They came to us to double core because they wanted to protect the volume and WBGT. We rejected it and then we share our feedback. Fortunately, the Department of Defense in both U.S. Army and Taiwanese government, that they basically instructed Yangming not to double core because they don't want to jeopardize the operation. They had a great experience in YTI and they don't want to repeat that.
Mhm.
So it turned out to be really good.
Good for include.
This right now we didn't include anything. We include only 2,000 as our budget. We may expect to pick up a couple of more thousand volume depending on how actually turn out to be. If you got 8,000, then we'll have a really good volume. If it's 6,000, we may pick up only 2,000.
So we didn't include it, we did not include it, because we were in discussion with Taipei about, they were pushing the double call, and since we were taking a hard line that says, we either get the whole thing, or we don't want it, and we didn't know where that was gonna land, so we didn't put that in there. But obviously, we're on the right track now, so that number's not in there. And so just, and that's the reason why, is because we couldn't count on it at the time we put this together. And then we just got confirmation like the last 2 weeks.
Yes, and the formal confirmation was yesterday. We had the board yesterday.
Yeah, more formal, yeah, so we kind of got informal 2 weeks ago. We did this forecast right about 3 or 4 weeks ago.
For some, I mean, but still we have 6 months to go, 5 months to go. But it seems to be not, I mean, market not so coming back yet, right? So then also no significant change be shown in the coming months. Then maybe good news to the terminals is because Chinese New Year this year is end of February.
Okay.
Alright. So then that means that up to the end of February is full ships being and then regular service. Usually actually after the Chinese New Year we pull out some service because of the low demand. So that means that Asian's positions means first week or second week of March. That week actually will pull out some services because of no demand. But that would be arrival here as most likely end of March or early April, right?
Okay.
So then fiscal year 25, can't be so impacted by Chinese New Year's. But it's of course actually that's that's roll over to December 26th, but 25 and 25th, so then maybe up to the middle of March or late of March, you may see a regular service here. But again, it's all subject to real car demand in the Asian side. But again, it's so far very restrictive on the observations on the market right now. Then, but on the other hand, we may see some kind of a car picking up opportunity. But it's a bit quite less though. Cannot say no, right? But again, it's difficult to say. I mean, car picking up something in 5 or 6 months, right? So then, that's why forecasting to us is a very fair estimation, observation. Although actually, we want to keep like a 55 meters as a target in our for this year. But it's considering this kind of market, maybe this numbers, I believe fair.
Yeah, I support everything you just said, Susan. I mean, the market is down. You guys are seeing it year over year. It's in the media, and even in TSW, you're down starting in October, right? A couple percentage points. The overall market projections for the second half are anywhere from 8 to 12% down in terms of volume. October, our second half, October through beginning of next year. I think you guys are doing a great job with trying to get that PS4 in here. I mean, there's not going to be extra loaders. It's not going to, you might catch a couple around Chinese New Year. Chinese New Year, as Suji-san said, being late will help this year's budget, because usually we do VMS or Premier Alliance and others VMS for 2 or 3 weeks thereafter. So that'll run into the fiscal year, so it is a bad start to 26, but I'm also a little bit optimistic that because of the late Chinese New Year, we might get a little bit more traction on Chinese New Year. Usually if it's early or mid, you get the holiday interruption here in the United States. This will be an uninterrupted Chinese New Year. The replenishment level, the inventory levels is still pretty high. So consumer activity here in North America is still quite good. Right? Up until the last couple of days, stock market was reflecting it, but that was really tech valuation. I think we all see that the CPI is stabilized. People are still spending money. It's just that so much was pushed forward due to the tariffs. UPS, very similar questions a couple months ago. Same situation you're in, right? It's all transactional throughput, and that's how you make money. And we were talking about they're going to be down double digits even after a first half that showed double-digit up. So, and we saw that too. We broke records here in the basin for a couple of months. So, I'm sorry to say we got a lean second half, October, November, December, January, February, March ahead of us. And all we can do is try and capitalize on what we can. I will say this from a One Premier Alliance perspective. The vessel on time numbers have been rising fairly dramatically. If you go back a year, we were probably at 35%. We're now up at 59. So that's going to help in terms of like the bunching issue. And Alan, I was going to say this tonight, but I'll say it later. Sorry what happened there, right? We had some really ugly bunching situations we were trying to figure out. And I know it did hit you guys, but that should be less prevalent going through the second half, right? We don't have as much conflict, we've seen less support congestion, but quite frankly, we're just getting better at managing the product a little bit as the Premier Alliance. So you shouldn't have those headwinds ahead of you. So it's really a matter of, can we be reliable? I was trying to look up what our utilization levels are. The utilization levels in the industry right now are lower than typical, which means we're going to get a 2, 3, 4% hit for everybody. And it's all terminals, everybody's going to get hit to some degree, because everybody's sailing just a little lighter than they normally do.
So by utilizing this lower volume season, we we want to YTI to advance like a preventive maintenance or refurbishing, yes, maintenance advancement. Because next year we expecting more volume.
So let me just make a comment on that. So advancing the maintenance, definitely, right, in preparation for what's happening in 2026.
Right.
Keep up with the fiscal and calendar year here. With that being said, obviously that's further going to impact the P&L.
Yeah, to prepare next year higher volume.
Exactly. I just want us to be mindful how, as we gear up for that, if this was not already in a baseline of the budget, it will further eat into our operating
Yes.
budget.
Timing issue. Right?
It's the time,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Just making
We
it.
don't want the profit next year because of the maintenance plan.
Mhm.
That's the point.
So none of that necessarily was embedded into the forecast here. No major additional maintenance plans other than we had originally planned for in this number thing. So if there are any other maintenance projects that we're going to be
On budget.
exactly,
Yeah.
it's not in this rolling forecast right now.
My question is, service MIS?
Extra loader.
We said them just, yeah,
So-
extra loader.
So then still, are you, rolling budget, MIS, extra loaders, that's already
In the budget, yes, sir.
in the completed one, right? It's a 5 voyages actually.
The actual is
So-
10,000.
Rolling,
Yeah, so we're asking for the I don't have the rolling budget here displayed. But the question is, how many miscellaneous do we have?
Page 18.
Oh, you mean for stats? Okay.
That's the showing the 5 voyages, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
That's already completed one.
I can tell you what.
The other
I should forward that.
We got 4 compound. So far, sir, we got 4 extra loaders. We got 1 to go, which is March.
Budget versus original budget.
Yes,
Yes.
we set 6 extra loaders.
In the,
So-
in the second half.
Yes, sir, yeah.
Well,
On
all
board.
together.
All together.
Yes, all together.
3 years, 6 voyages.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then maybe you can get to 4, then another ones will get in
Yes.
March.
So
Yes.
eventually, we
Yes.
target 6,
Yeah.
or we will have 5, and then I may need to find another one.
Okay, so that's you confirmed already. No?
Yes, sir.
CHIWC is some pattern.
Yes, sir. That the Chilean university is starting January. So actually, I'm visiting them this Monday.
Moving on to our aging, no bad news there. Everything is being collectible. We're not experiencing any issues. I do think we're still cleaning up some of the invoices that were issued during the signing period, and there were Premier Alliance was holding some of them, so some of those are still being cleaned up, but they're getting reduced and paid for. Covenants were in compliance, nothing concerning there. And our cash projections here were in good standing. From the leverage of financing, equipment coming up, we just kind of play with numbers to see if we're going to be okay. The timing here is very loose. Most likely, we're not going to be spending anything in quarter 3. Most of it is going to be in quarter 4 for whatever we're going to be spending from a internal financing. And obviously, I'm in the market for shopping for external financing and kind of determining what is the best equation. How much are we going to finance internally, the timing of that, how much externally and so on. And obviously that's outside of the cranes, the two cranes that we are presenting to the board at some point for approval and the RTGs. There's a bigger picture here from equipment financing, right? Over the next 3 to 5 years, gosh, easy 350 to 500 million. So when I'm having these conversations, I'm having somewhat of a detailed conversation with the financial institutions and getting to know them as well as helping them get to know us and what we are going to be bringing to the table in very soon future. Thanks.
Question. You're financing your CapEx for records only. 25 and 20, is that part of the CapEx proposals that we have sitting in front of us here today?
This is only for 2 cranes, ship-to-shore cranes, and 4 RTGs. So I kind of just use the loose number. I'm not including anything else. I'm not sure if you have seen that yet or not. Okay.
Okay, because that the 45 up there is probably short of the actual CapEx
Yes,
request.
it is. It is. Yes.
So you're looking at financing somewhere along the line attached to.
What they usually do, they do 80-20. They like to structure it that way. So my expectation is that we're gonna come out 15 to 20 million from our cash and then finance the rest. But again, shopping around to see what's the best deal that we can explore.
So you're talking with several bank of the finances.
I am.
And then also, do you have an interest to borrow from Boeing?
So, yes, sir. For a low cost of debt, absolutely. Free. Okay. Yes, Tsuji-san, thank you for asking that. I did not get to discuss this with Saiki-san, but I was getting there. One of my questions was guarantee, corporate guarantee. I can probably get better financing if I have a corporate guarantee. While we don't want to necessarily tap into that for various reasons, right, and it doesn't help your balance sheet and so on, it's an option. So yes, if I can open up that conversation, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we are also open to discuss.
Okay.
We are, because if you can find a good deal from outside, that is good though. But if you're still struggling to get like a good interest, right?
Yeah.
So then, I mean, we have a so-called group financial schemes. So then I think that we can apply some kind of reasonable interest to the group company. So maybe by using that schemes, you may enjoy the more interest.
Absolutely.
So it sounds like a follow up.
We'll have the conversation. All right. So with that being that, Tim, I know you enjoy the cash flows. I am here showing the payoff of the cranes, so that's in there, which I will touch on here. This is small, I'm sorry, but I'm trying to highlight any questions other than what I'm about to jump into. Okay, all right, so just very quick, these are just some of the highlights that I would like to inform the board on, success stories and kind of what type of trends we're trying to implement with my department under the CFO structure. So we were able to negotiate with SMFL a early payoff of the lease, so that was good. Not only were we able to negotiate that and save about 4.5 million in interest, we were able to reduce the early payment fee from 4% to 2%. So
That was well done, too.
I was very happy with that, and you should ask, right? You don't know what you're gonna get, so I'm glad that I asked. In addition to that, there was a clause in there that said that you cannot do an early payment fee if it does not fall on the actual payment date. We got them to agree to do it early, even if it does not fall on the next payment, which was scheduled for, I want to say either February or March, I don't remember, but we're paying it off in December, so that also helped us out. Pretty big savings there, and thank you, Tim, from the last meeting, kind of pushing to pressure test this. Next thing is we are going to go down the path of closing the line of credit. This is going to eliminate our commitment fees of $100K or so year over year. The line of credit and letter of credit were tied, so you couldn't have one without the other. So one of the questions or concerns that Seki-san had was, hey, don't we need a letter of credit for Signal Mutual? And yes, you need some type of performance commitment, which I was able to replace that with a bond and not have a letter of credit. Therefore, it's not tied to our balance sheet. It does not utilize any of our line of credit funds at all. So that was a good also move away from the financial facility to a standalone bond. Okay, and Signal Mutual actually made a comment of letting me know that other companies are going to probably be reaching out to me just to get more familiar with this because they have some interest and they want to do it as well. Next thing is we are in a renewal period for our broker, our insurance broker, McGriff. We were able to reduce cost by 23% going into the fiscal year of 2026. So the original cost or prior year contract was $375K, got them down to $290K without impacting any type of service that is provided by them. So that was also a pretty good win. Completed our property casualty insurance renewal. That was a success. What we did here is we did a true scrub of which type of equipment was on the list, what was actually insured, and what was not insured from prior year. We were able to identify that there were some holes, so we increased insured property by 36% year over year. Yes, there's some new equipment in there, but there are also some legacy equipment that needed to be adjusted and the value of that equipment. We only got a 33K of an increase there, so that was a good cost control. We stood up a new business intelligence platform and managerial reporting. This is what's driving the new OME package that we have worked with OME on to retire the legacy package, monthly reporting package, and stand up the new one. Huge success there. It's powered by Power BI, Power Query. We are reaping the benefits internally here from every department, especially obviously accounting and finance, that's a given. But it bleeds into safety, it bleeds into operations, it bleeds into commercial. So huge efforts were spent around this. New CapEx reporting framework. We stood up a monthly review process and reporting for our total CapEx. So we now know how are we spending compared to what the board has approved, the timing of it. We're doing monthly forecasting of cash flows to make sure that we don't trigger anything in red, meaning that we don't go over a board approved amount. If there is any trigger, we obviously need to come back to you guys and update you on where things stand. I mentioned this kind of already, collaborated with ONE to establish a new managerial report. And then one of the more sensitive topics is the budgeting process. We are spending a lot of effort in standing up new tools, new review processes, due diligence to make sure that we don't have any holes in the budget. Our timeline is tight, but we're doing the best we can to make sure that there is opportunity for improvement and that we submit a solid number to you guys, okay? We did shortlist 3 banks for our treasury needs. Seki-san, thank you for the connection with the MUFG. And then Tim, thank you for the connection with HSBC and then Bank of America as well. There is a potential local national bank that I might be adding to the list here. They're by the name of Co-America, which is being bought by Third and Fifth. So I'm exploring that with them. They are used by some local terminals and some other companies here for the terminal side.
Who is MUFG?
The Mitsubishi Bank.
Ah, got it, thank you.
I did expand my role, thank you, boss, for that, to a chief compliance officer. I have been, thank you, I have been collaborating with ONE, Eric and his team on getting policies and procedures stood up. There's a lot of work to be done there, but I have high hopes in 2026 that we will be in a better place than where we are today.
Right.
Okay. Any questions on any of that?
I mean, thank you very much. It's a good effort to sort of managing the compliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good
I'm
update.
enjoying it.
Good update. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd just like to add one thing here. Appreciate the feedback on this. A lot of work's gone into this. And I just want to highlight, these are all things that Sandy's driven from a leadership perspective. So a lot of work she's done driving this, getting others involved to support this thing. So it's all good stuff there in a short period of time also. I also want to highlight one more time the budget piece, and that, it's a line item on a power slide that it's, this team is committed to get the budgeting. We've had 2 consecutive years of some gaps in the budgeting. I take full responsibility for that. I've said it from the start. I take full responsibility. I moved away a little bit with and moved away from the details of some of the process and at a high level. We revamped the whole process. She's obviously has come in. A lot of dialogue when we brought her in was to revamp the process, which has been going out, which is on the right track. Get my involvement back in it. Closer than I was, and our goal is to get a clean budget that when approved, don't come back after the fact and say, hey, by the way, we missed this, we missed that. So I just want to highlight that again. I've already highlighted a couple times in prior meetings, but we are focused on this budgeting to have it crisp, to have it clean, and have it accurate, and we'll get it there. And we won't be talking about gaps anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said, Al. Appreciate that.
You don't take it lightly. Wade, you want to talk police?
Yes.
Let's talk police. We spoke last time. We had just got the update that the board had suggested we don't use the lease template, that we'll move away from the new lease template, and how all this language and all this shift of liability, they're going to shift off of that, and they were going to say, let's just focus on 5 items, and which are still listed up there. So what happened after that last meeting was, we just got word on that, is they had to have a meeting with Gene Soroka, the executive director, to get his buy-off, and Gene bought off on it, would go to the commissioners and get them to buy off on it. And that all has happened shortly after that meeting, and we said in our last board meeting that happened. And then the process was, okay, now let's talk about these issues, transfer provision, T-race mag, security instrument, and the term, and the environmental piece. We got some work going on that, some language on that we started exchanging back and forth, and I'm sharing with the O&E lease team, and we're making some progress. I said we're making progress. We're having, I think, some productive meetings. I don't know if progress is the right word, but they were productive meetings. And then they went silent on us for about 25, 30 days, and then they came back and supplemented the EIR, which is my next lab bullet, which was originally due in the summer. And they said, all right, we're not going to make the summer because we had to go get a consultant and help us with it, and they'll come in October. And then they come out of the blue and say they were talking in the first quarter of 2026. So that obviously was very disappointing that the document of that importance. And it's a deep document. It's got a lot of pieces to it. It will take some time to go through. That was going to be that delayed. That prompted me to send a note to Gene Soroka, who was traveling in Asia. Actually, just got back last week, and express my concerns of the timeline of trying to get a new lease and to have the time for the approvals, to also support us going out and getting funding. No different than what Sam just reported on. You go get funding, you can't show up without, you don't have a home after 6 months. So I put together a note to Gene while he was over in Asia, and with Mike DiBernardo a copy, and Mike just got back. I just saw Mike at this luncheon thing, and since the letter's gone out, the email's gone out, there's been a pickup on the frequency now, and more of a commitment to meet every week, which we already had a commitment to meet every 2 weeks, but that was falling off. And so I think that there was some benefit there that they were in Asia together, because it allowed, I think, Mike to kind of call back to the team and say, look, I'm over here with Gene, we got this thing from YTI, we got to get it going, and we can't continue to have the delays. And part of the delays is the legal, the attorneys, the city attorneys are delaying a lot of this, which is not uncommon, but my position is that the business interests that run the port need to be directing the city attorneys that we've got to move this thing forward. So in full respect to the process, this is a problem. So where we are today is this, is that the salt mini IR is delayed until the quarter of 2026. Feel pretty confident we will get that then. We are having a set every 2-week meeting is back on track. It fell off. We're back on track with that. But there's also meetings in the off weeks if there's a need for a meeting in the off weeks. So for instance, I met with them last week on the transfer provision. Their legal, our legal, going through the transfer provision, the document that we shared with you all showing the framework of transfer provision, our concern with that. So we had a good discussion on that last week. And we are now producing something else to give some more explanation. They're doing some work on their end on the transfer provision. We got another meeting tomorrow to go through these other items that are up there on some of our thoughts on that, on the term and things of that nature. So we've got some good action. They sent me an email today requesting some information to support the supplement of EIR. So we went through a little bit of a stall period there, but now that we're back, again, getting back on it. The difference now is that there's no more allowance for stall periods. Which leads to that on the slide. I'll cover a slide in a second. Which gets to the next point, which is I've been tasked to provide a milestone timeline. Because then we're getting inside of 12 months, right? And it's a fair request to get the milestone timeline, and then kind of get more into more of a full term sheet we're still working on. But I'm working on both of those. But just at a high level, the milestone timeline I look at to work backwards. The conversation I've had with the port since they got back, and I'm talking about really Mike who just got back from Asia, is that they would like to get to work backwards. They would like to get it by May 1st. A completed signed agreement from us by May 1st to start the process on their side with the Board of Harbor Commissioners, City Council, and things of that nature. So I said, if you get it made, I said, if you need it by May 1st, and that's not like that's what we're going to target. I'm not saying that if you don't get it by then, it won't happen, but just trying to create an aggressive timeline here, May 1st. Then I said, and I would need it by April 1st, because I need time, because if you need a signed one, I need a month to get it through my side. And if you need a signature, he said, I gotta have the signature before we take it to process it through our side. That's okay, now I need it by April 1st. So I can get those 30 days to get it signed and or deal with any issues that might pop up. He said, okay, that's fair. So we both looked at so the agreement is we gotta complete everything by the end of March. So that's 3.5 months with holiday, not counting holidays, right? So we'll take the holiday done. We really got about 3.5 months to get this thing done, which was doable. And as I expressed, it was doable only if you guys are hitting your marks. We hit our marks. We got no problem hitting our marks. There's been a time or two over the last couple of years where we might have delayed something, but we're not. That's been few and far between. We're ready to hit our mark. We can turn to documents like that and get things moving because we're staying ahead of it. So we agree with that. We're going to put this in writing with each other. We're going to actually talk about it again tomorrow on the call, because they got some other parties on the call. And we're going to align on this relative timeline to say we need to complete negotiations and discussions by March 1st. So we have a tentative agreement that I can process on our side and have 30 days before we get to the process on their side. The other part of this is that they've got some new requirements by the mayor's office, and the expectation, and Mike is gonna double check on this, they got some new process when you get to a 30-year lease or higher, that they've got to, some new process with the mayor's office. He thinks he can do that concurrently during the April timeframe with our process, with our internal process. Because he says, I don't need a signature on that, I need the signature for the one that goes to the board of the city council. So we think there'll be an opportunity to do some concurrent work on the mayor's office during that period. So that's kind of I'm gonna detail this out. We'll have a follow-up tomorrow, Wade, you've asked me for a timeline and milestones. This is kind of a high level, because I just kind of went through this with Mike today. And this is what it's gonna sort of kind of look like. And we'll add some other things in there to where there's some other subsets in there, because these are the major ones that we're looking at today. We're gonna reaffirm it tomorrow on the call, and then we'll have we'll get this in writing. That's what we're gonna work towards on the timeline. The key footnote there is we can't have any more, we can't have these guys fall off the map for 2 or 3 weeks. We've got to stay in the process. And respect that we got the holidays, which those are understood, but the other periods, we've got to be on it, and we got to be making progress and exchanging things. Talking about exchanging things, the transfer.
Ron, what if it's a 25-year lease? Does that still require the mayor's, process?
He said 30 today. I don't know if he knew it close enough to know that, because he said I got to look into it and understand it better, because it's a new requirement. But I'll find that out. Because I had the same question in my head.
Is it up to 20, 30 years, or is it 30 years or more?
Yeah.
Right? And
Yeah.
what is that defining?
Yeah. And he wasn't real clear. Because I had to kind of, I'm going the same way you're going on it. And he said, I didn't even look at it to get back. It's a new requirement. Haven't done it yet.
And then the other question I have about that is, so it goes to the port on May 1st. At that point, then he's going to go through an education process with the commissioners and tell them this is what it's all about, and then recommend that they approve it?
No, they're doing the education process started actually. The education process started when they did the discussion about the White County lease, whenever that was a month ago.
Okay.
So when they went in and said, look, here's where our White County lease is, we're gonna shift it, we're gonna focus on these 5 items. Just ready to go, then the expectation that the port told me was, from that point on, they'll be providing regular updates to them.
Right. So
I'm pretty good at watching the agenda. I didn't see the agenda for today,
Right.
but I'm pretty good at watching the agenda, make sure that we stay on the agenda. If I don't see us on the agenda, I'm calling them. Or if there's an expectation, you say, hey, you're gonna be on the agenda, I'm not on the agenda, then I'm calling them. And Tara's also kind of bird dogging that
So
also.
you get them a signature by April 1st, right? When would they sign it, and then when would they approve it? And then once the board approves it, does that then go through this usual city council, or does it go through 3T and then city council and then mayor? What is that progression?
I will get that front up, but if we get by April 1st, I'm expecting that we'll have our 30 days, so they'll get it May 1st.
Okay.
And then it will go to the harbor commissioners, with the understanding that update them through the process. And now so it's not a shock what they see at whatever board meeting it gets put on. Maybe we have a subset meeting in there somewhere.
Yeah.
But anyway, it would definitely go through the normal process,
They approve.
harbor commission approved,
Kicked
city
over.
council with the Triple T committee, and then.
Would it go through 3T though? Does it?
I think it does.
It would seem that most of this stuff does go through McCoster's committee.
I do believe that, because I think Triple T is the one that gets into the detail of it, that makes the recommendation.
To the city council.
To the full city council. Because the full city council, my understanding is like, hey, we got this thing, they look at Triple T and say, hey,
Okay.
you've already approved this, yes, we have.
So when you start looking at the timelines, also be kind of looking at what those schedules are. If memory serves correct, 3T meets twice a month?
Twice a month.
And city council meets, or is it they meet once a month and city council meets twice a month? Anyway, I'm just looking at the timeline, because if the ultimate goal is to have everything buttoned up and finished by September 30, 26, where does it now get into the bureaucratic hopper, right? We've done all of that, but now when can we say mission accomplished?
Yeah, and I'll have those details.
Okay.
Right, we're gonna, project what.
I mean, I like the April 1st, I like the May 1st, that's
Yeah.
great. But beyond that horizon, we need to have some visibility on what happens within the Harbor Commission and within the city offices.
Yeah, so we talked tomorrow, so the things I would like to talk about tomorrow is that reaffirm this high level, and then, okay, if we get it May 1st, what board meeting are we gonna target?
That's the one, right? That's the
What
first
board
one.
meeting are we gonna target?
For-
It might shift, but what board meeting are we going to target?
For them to
What
hear.
city council meeting are we gonna target?
Yep.
And if there's a triple T, which my understanding there is.
It comes before city
Yeah, so I
council.
can have some dates there are the targets. And
Because
do
the
our
other
best,
thing-
and do our best to stick with those targets.
They take the entire month of July off. 3T, city council, no work. Staff is working, but there'll be no review or no hearings during the month of July.
They must be European.
Yeah, or something like that, I don't know, they're bureaucrats. So anyway, just, I don't want to belabor it, but when we start looking at timeline and milestones, those are things that we have to consider, because the last thing is that if we don't get it by September 30, 2026, what's their expectation for your commitment, right? Are they gonna do an extension? Are they gonna start doing surcharges? Are you gonna be expected to start a crew? What happens after September 30, 2026?
Well, a year ago, they floated an extension.
Okay.
They said, hey, we can't get over an extension, we don't want an extension, we need to get it done.
All right.
Because they're throwing that extension like you're gonna have ahead of time, right? Like, no,
Well,
we can
because
say no.
nobody's ever had a lease done on time.
Yeah, because we've got a hot iron here on the things, where you saw my other things, right? When Kosh was back over here sitting in this room 3 weeks ago and talking about where he just paid more of a social visit, and so we got a hot iron with that. We got a city councilman who really supports YTI, very supportive of YTI. Has business terminal more than any other terminal he's visited, McCosker. So we want to get him while he's in office. We got Gene support. We want to get him while he's still a port director. Should anything change in the world that's going on out there, right? So we got what we're doing with the environmental, that's really gotten McCosker's ear and the other commissioners' ear. So we've got a positive iron we've ever had, we'll ever have, and we want to use. We got to hit it. So that's why no extension.
Okay.
No
All right. I
extension.
just,
We gotta get it done.
this is all very encouraging news, and I think,
Yeah.
this is what we want to hear. But in the eventuality that there is a lapse, you guys need to have some protection. It's either going to be carried on, or they're going to, the commissioners are going to go, okay, we're going to hit you with a surcharge until we settle, even though it wouldn't be on YTI's, in YTI's court. These guys can do any kind of thing. So just putting it out there that at some point, once we start looking at this timeline, once it starts bogging down, which it sounds like it could very well bog down on their side, there just needs to be an understanding that they're just going to do an extension.
Yeah, I think there's always a potential that it could bog down, but that's why we've got to, it's direct call to Gene point at this stage, right? And again, it's got to be done respectfully the right way.
And McCosker, because he's going to control 3T and what gets to the city council.
But I can't go to McCosker bogged down. If it gets bogged down, I'm going to Gene, but at the
First.
same way, it's got to be done the right way where the people
First.
that I'm working with don't feel like, okay, I'm running a daddy, right?
Mhm.
But when I sent to Gene, I sent to the people I'm working with. When I sent him the note while he's overseas, I said, look guys, it's nothing personal, but this is the problem we got. And I'm going to send something to Gene, but I will share it with you after I send it, so we're on the same page. So there's nothing being hidden here. No, I'm trying to stab someone in the back. We are not where we need to be with this latest delay, and we cannot have any more. So if we get down the path where we start to bog down again on their behalf, it's like, okay, we'll be right back there again. And that triggers now now there's a trigger finger now on that. My hope is that that we won't fall back off track. But the reality is, it's city government, so we'll see. But I like where we are.
That's just my view. I'm sure there's other opinions. I'm just looking at it from after having gone through this with the port and the city council and all that other stuff, it gets in the labyrinth of where does it get lost. And
Yeah.
I don't want to speak on the board's behalf, but I think we're very supportive on April 1st
That's-
conclusion.
Yeah, Mr. Twitter.
Yeah, sorry, actually, let me clarify several points, actually. It's, you know, understand that you agree with this kind of time schedules and everything done by end of March. That's a kind of a final documentations, right? So that documentation has to be completed by end of March. But before that, actually, you are talking about a little bit about, you know, term sheet, right? So term sheet is covered like a kind of say is a major items of agreement.
Right.
But then term sheet actually is any kind of say like agreement, you know, by when you complete about what to get consensus and most party about
A draft term sheet?
Yeah.
Draft term sheet, you know, we're gonna have that, before the end of the month. A draft.
Yeah.
A draft term sheet that is a draft that I would say this is what we would want to get, you know, an agreement on, yes.
Term sheet actually, sorry, actually, in the major part is the commercial terms. Is the main topics on the term sheet. Term sheets cover everything, or
I think it would cover, I think the term sheet would cover, everything up there except for the supplemental EIR, which is its own,
yeah, is accepted, right?
it's its own document,
Yeah,
right? It's kind of its own thing, but it would cover everything else up there.
I see.
Yeah,
I see.
that's how it is.
So then that term sheet actually is can we like accelerate to more like much earlier timing? I mean to complete the term sheet actually is I mean because I understand even the outstanding is there.
Yeah.
I mean this is the kind of say file outstanding or whatever. But except for that actually is any outstanding you have it? Any outstanding do you have it? I mean it's a term sheet, you know, covers several things.
Yeah.
But the major part is these things, and these
Right.
4 point plus
Right.
EIR, right?
Right.
Any other major point you need to have
No.
concern. So that's why so once we agree to the 4 point, excluding the EIR, we can finalize the term sheet.
Yes, with one caveat out there that,
Yeah.
that, yes, the one caveat is that whether we want to call it the boilerplate or the language within the contract, you know, where we get the term sheet turned into the actual, you know, to the actual
Yeah, you
permit
need to incorporate,
extension.
you know, like,
Yeah, you know, that's sometimes where I think the port gets takes a little bit of liberty with how they phrase things, you know, how they will
into
phrase
the
it.
documentation.
Yeah, and the documentation, so I always hold out that, traditionally, I always say 100% I agree with you. But after watching how the port and their lawyers will manipulate something that we've already agreed to, and so, look, we had an agreement on this, and we looked at each other and had an agreement, and they created a new draft, and the draft slides off the agreement. It slides away from the agreement we had where it's got a different meaning. That's one caveat. Core terms, nothing outside of this. This is the big stuff.
I see.
The only other caveat I'm throwing out there is that I gotta be careful how they word the actual permit, and they don't change the meaning of something we agreed to in the term sheet.
So then, you know, I got this time actually, you've already agreed about some certain terms and the condition with the Polar, right? Then Polar actually proposed to the commissioner, and then commissioner some, you know, feedback to the Polar. That's why we are here now, right?
Right.
Then it's from now on, again, you know, same process will start, right? So we need to talk with the Polar. Then we got some kind of consensus with the Polar, then put into the term sheet.
Yes.
But term sheet also need to be signed off by commissioners. Or I mean, that's a process. I mean, you're talking about like a term sheet. Then is that you know chance once again the commissioner say no to the term sheet?
I don't think I'm not clear on the commissioners I don't think the commissioners are looking at, I think the term sheet is what they'll be updating commissioners with during the process. Like they'll be going on regular meetings and closed sessions saying, here's where we are with YTI at a high level term sheet. And I think that as we make adjustments, they make adjustments, they'll come back and say, okay, let's just say TD rate's met, we agree on that, we've got an agreement on that, on the term sheet. And I think there's gonna be, that will be happening, and I'm gonna confirm this, but it's my understanding, they'll be having approval on that through the process. But the document that's gotta get signed by us, April, you know, through the month of April, is the actual permit.
Right, this is before.
With all the language in it.
Yeah.
But the expectation is that the term sheet, as we're calling it, would be used for the updates on what's agreed to with the board, so that, I don't think the board's signing a term sheet, I think it's gonna be, this is where we are with the term sheet, and then let's convert this into the lease document. And that's what will be signed by us, and they will approve.
So if
But I will confirm that.
So if you're working through the term sheet, right, and you reach consensus, an agreement in February, in theory, then it's just a matter of taking that and doing the documentation.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
And so if the terms are all agreed to on that sheet, then could it be assumed that then it's going to be approved and we're just now going through the documentation and
Yes.
bureaucracy?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Sorry, so actually, there are some, precedent. Originally, they agreed 30 years lease, but they changed the position to 25 years. So, yeah, we are wondering, if they change the position again and again, so then even, non-binding agreement, non-binding term sheet, is impossible.
I think because we're now down to these issues, that once they agree to something on a non-binding document like a term sheet, that will be good.
Non-binding term sheet can be signed.
I don't know they're gonna sign it. I think it's gonna be, we have an agreement, I will confirm this. My understanding is we're not gonna have, I don't think they're gonna sign a term sheet. If they do, we'll get the signature. I think they're gonna say, we agree on these terms. I don't think anyone's gonna sign it, but we'll agree on these terms, and they will use that to go into the document that will actually be signed by the, which is the permit, that will actually be approved by the board. I don't think the board's gonna approve a term sheet. I don't think they're gonna sign a term sheet. I think the term sheet's gonna be used to update the board. And then the board says, okay, we need to get this signed by YTI, which is now would be a formal document, the actual lease extension. And lease extension now gets sent to the board that they will formally approve. I don't think they're gonna formally approve the term sheet. They're gonna formally approve the signed document that we come, but with the understanding that this is what they saw on the term sheet that they gave the nod on. That's what I think is gonna go. That's my understanding, but I will confirm all that.
So that means the term sheet is just a working regular agreement.
Exactly. What the board does is, like I've shared with you guys, the grid, the table thing they put together, right? And that's what we go back and forth with, that is not quite a term sheet to me, but that's the basis for a term sheet. What the board does is they did the stuff that we're exchanging, they turn it into a PowerPoint for the board. So they're not they convert it to a complete PowerPoint. So they're not showing a document, they're not, we go create something nice, which we've done before. They're not putting that in front of the commissioners. They do it all via PowerPoint, which is why I don't think, they're gonna convert whatever's on our exchange document, our working document, our working agreement document, whatever you wanna call it, we'll call it a term sheet. They're going to convert that to a PowerPoint and give it to them high level. I will confirm that, I'll confirm all this, but that's traditionally what I have seen them do. And it's okay, to get the nod, we're good with 30 years. Then I think the board will come back on our sheet where it says, we're good for 30. We don't need to talk anymore. We got a tentative agreement is what I like to call it. Then we got a tentative agreement on that pending approvals, formal approvals by both sides. And I don't think, once we got a tentative approval on a thing, I don't think they're gonna back off of it. I think they'll stick with it. So if we get a tentative agreement on 30, then I think we'll get it, because they have then taken it to their board via one of the updates off the term sheet via PowerPoint. If that makes sense.
Okay, well then actually, maybe I can't tell actually all the reason behind what we are thinking. But it's internally we discussed actually we want to settle down this. This extension, this agreement as soon as possible. Okay. So then it's documentation sign April 1st is good though. If possible, we want to sooner.
no later than April 1st.
Right, right. So then actually, so of course, under these outstanding, transfer provisions and TUs and MAG and then amendment terms, okay? Then, ONE side, okay, shareholder side, we don't stick to the 30 years. We don't stick to the transfer provision. Of course, actually, better to have a longer terms. Okay, better not to have any transfers provision, but we can consider, to take it. If we can finalize, if you can take good condition for TU rate and the MAG issue. Okay, so I think that's our positions. So then, most important thing is that we don't want to take times.
Gotcha.
Okay, so then if we can compromise and then this one, then you can get good, condition for the TU and then MAG issue, or you can go.
Okay.
So that is, I think, our shareholders wish
Okay.
to hear. And
So
then
the security instrument.
security instrument, it's not so,
Not so big impact. Yeah.
also, and then that's the more it's not kind of say it's financially a big impact, actually, more like kind of condition issue. So this is also actually, we can compromise.
Okay, we appreciate the guidance on that. Okay, clear.
But again, it's of course it's better to have it 30 years,
Yeah.
right? And better to have no transportation provision. But I think depending on your negotiations, progress, and the polars and provision. So
Okay.
yeah.
So we can compromise on some of those issues. They're not hills to die on. They're not deal breakers. Compromise, get the best deal we can,
Yeah.
and then see if it works for our side.
Then if you can finalize that before Christmas.
Hey, 55 mil, 48 gross.
I like it. I like the
Still
challenge.
under.
I like
Still
the challenge. Challenge on the 55 mil. We're right on track. We're off track. I like having these challenges in there.
He wasn't joking.
I know, we were serious.
Yeah, the transfer provision, we had a good dialogue in that last week, and for in the big, when the hangups, there's several hangups, but the big hangup was the minority, if there's a minority change in ownership. Of it being, they changed it to 25%, I think 25% or higher, which converted a 49% shareholder, right? And what was interesting is we've been fighting that one pretty hard. And this is why I think we had actually a decent call last week, because they came back for the first time in forever and definitively said, this is what our board wants. We have now talked to our board. And they were clear on the minority shareholding change that the board, because I was making a point about it, and they said, we understand it now, but the board still believes there's value in that transaction. And they're right, of course they're right. I mean, I'm not gonna tell them right, but there is value in that transaction. So where we're shifting a little bit, this is right to your, I think to what you're saying here, we're saying, okay, we're not gonna get our 49% or higher, is gonna apply to a minority transfer that's higher than 25%, which means the 49% is gonna get caught up in there. So we're probably gonna have to concede that. But, and Psyche came up with a great idea here, let's make it proportionate to what the,
That's the point. Yeah. That's a point. That's a point.
Yeah, that's a great, yeah.
Better to have it proportionally, right?
Exactly.
But
So,
yeah, then I mean it's all depends on negotiation though. But then we calculate that impact to the our financial issue. Then of course actually it's not like our idea, actually that's the shareholders.
Yeah.
And then is worst case actually and even their condition. I mean we can take. We can take. But it's proportionally is much better.
much better,
Yeah,
yeah.
of course. And then like 30%, 40%, 49%, 50%. Beautiful. Yeah, but again, it's all depends on you, and you can see actually how they response back to you, and then you can see this is very hardball or low ball, then you can make that.
Thanks for that. I think for giving that leeway. I think now we're at a point where you can start to do some swap offs.
Yep.
Hey, we gave you
Yep.
we conceded on the transfer fee for for a minority shareholder. That was a big give by us, big give by us. So now we need something that.
For the term, right?
Yeah.
The term, you go to 25, okay, you've given that.
Yeah, well, I haven't given that yet.
Well, I'm just saying,
Yeah,
if
if I
you're
could-
having that discussion,
Yeah.
you're trying to load up on what the big
Yeah.
item is, and I think we know what the big item is, and that's the TDU rates and the max.
T rates mag,
Right.
and I think that, and we made some headway on that they said the rates are good, we're gonna keep them where they are. Okay, now we're trying to go for the CPI and say no CPI forever. And this is I sent this to them this morning actually, because tomorrow we're gonna talk about these issues tomorrow on this off-cycle call here. I'm gonna talk to them about the transfer provision, but I also told them that we're pushing for no, we're sticking with our guns that, this is what I guess today, what you're saying. Our rates are good, great. You have now shown that you're doing annual GRIs, which impacts that. So if you're doing annual GRIs, then no CPI. Let's just move away from CPI, because you get it through the GRI. If you don't think, if you go idle on the GRIs for a couple of years, then we still have the 5-year reset where we can go negotiate that. So that's why I sent them this morning to talk about for tomorrow. Now the problem is we send them stuff ahead of time, which is one of my other bugaboos. Every time we send them something ahead of time, they never look at it. And you can tell. It takes about 30 seconds, really. They haven't looked at anything we sent them. But we're going to keep pushing stuff out ahead of time so we have the call. So hey, what do you think about what we sent you? But I'm clear on the guidance. I appreciate the leeway on that. And we're going to do what we've always done, which is to try and do the best that we can. That's the deal.
About CPI. So how much Polar sticking to the CPI?
They're sticking to it pretty hard but here's the thing. They're sticking to it heavy because Commissioner Renwick wants it. Commissioner Renwick, the one commissioner is just pushing. But he started this push before they started doing the annual GRIs. So they went 15 years without GRIs. And about 3 years ago, they picked up, so we're gonna start doing GRIs. We're doing them every year now. And that's gonna be my discussion with them is that, I remember we pushed for this, but he was pushing for it before you did the GRI. Now you do the GRI, you get what you need. So, but it's a heavy one for them. They're saying we're not gonna have any future releases without CPI.
So my point is, if CPI is one of the key issue for Polar, and we don't want to waste time. That's a big picture, no CPI forever. Then they say no. Then we don't want to spend time.
So I'll go to no CPI for the first 5 years. That's the fallback. So I don't want to give up the no CPI forever for the term of this agreement. If they say, Alan, it's not going to happen, I'll tell you what, the no CPI for the first 5 years. That's the fallback position. And if we get no CPI for 5 years, they come back and say, you know what, that's reasonable, because you guys have paid so much. We got all the stuff that was in our big binder, right? We got the highest utilization per acre. We're investing the dollar figures that we're investing. We're leading the pack on zero emissions, and our board has bought off on paying double for this stuff. Yeah, of course we've got some grant money, but we're still paying more money for this stuff to be a leader in this. So we're paying. So cut us some slack and give us no CPI for the first 5 years. So that's my fallback.
Yeah. And also, I think we know that I was setting minimum CPI like 2%.
Floor.
Floors. Minimum 2%.
Don't like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's another good discussion point because this is the first time recently they gave us a 2 and 7. They've alluded to it because APMT has it in their APMT in their current 5-year. They got 2 and 7, and I'm telling them that's not the standard. Why is just because APMT got it? Why are you making that a standard? And we would like to be able to get down to 0 and just make it CPI.
Yeah.
Make it CPI.
Yeah.
Without any caps or any floors. That's where I've been on it always.
So that's as I called, as you said, because of 5 years is no CPI increase, right?
That's where
That's after 5 years, we don't know what will happen. It could be low interest, could be high interest, whichever is okay, but I said we can accept the CPI and the CPI. And I say setting like a floor.
Yeah, I've never liked it. Yeah. And the fact that because the APMT agreed it, and APMT only agreed it for a 5-year period. Now, obviously, they think they're going to carry it on from that period. but I still been very vocal about that, but I'm glad that we agree on that. And then once we give it the CPI fight, then we'll start discussing that again. If I give it the CPI fight, and we say, okay, we don't get it for 5 years, okay, cool, that's a win. And we're gonna have it after those 5 years, then I'll have the dialogue, let's go back to no floor, no cap.
And then CPI applicable only bulk, not TU rate. That is our applicable.
Well, no, yeah, I don't think we're gonna get that.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's okay.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get that, but, and remember, because the GRIs are still there, the CPI will also be solved by what level of GRI, right? You pay the higher of the two, the difference. Right?
Yeah, we can discuss it more.
Okay. Any other question on the lease? Good dialogue, good feedback, and, the work, I can see Santa Claus can make it happen, but it's gonna be a reach.
Let's prepare our term sheet as soon as possible
Yeah.
after tomorrow's meeting. And then after we agree the term sheet with the working level order, do you think we can make a first draft of this fiber language? That instead of the order, prepare the first draft.
On the term sheet?
Of this five new
The term sheet on these 5 items?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, not term sheet. Full language, full lease language.
Oh, you want to start on the doc, you want to start
Yeah.
first draft on the
The
document?
first draft of document
Based on
can
this-
be prepared by YTI.
Let me come back on that. I think
That's,
that could,
Oh,
the language drafted by the lawyers.
Which way?
Serious.
their lawyer.
Serious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Their lawyer must have prepared first draft.
Well, I think that would get into a ton of redlining back and forth over and over again. And before you know it, it would be so convoluted, and that's where they start getting jumbled up with their language, right? And all of a sudden, you know, YTI puts one thing, Port puts one thing, then there's a resolution, and then when they get the final document, it's not exactly what was discussed. So I agree we need to get going on the documentation as soon as possible. And I'm sure they have a boilerplate that's, you know, out there. But in these certain terms, I think if we get too early into it, it's gonna cause some confusion, and it's just gonna bog down some of the conversations. I don't know, Alan, I mean,
the company have already drafted, right? 'Cause they gave us the original, you know, the draft permit was given to us 2.5 years ago. So it's already out there. So this is point one. Point two is that's just how the court does it. They're not gonna work off, because they're the landlord, they're not gonna work off the tenant's draft. They're just not gonna do it.
Okay. Then we can just push
Yeah.
for
Yes.
to prepare as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Agree on the points on the term sheet, get it to them as early as possible so they can start the documentation to guarantee an April 1st or earlier review and sign off.
Okay. Clear. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions on the lease? Equation?
I have one concern, but I do not have a solution. That one is, the one concern that I have is on the supplemental EIR. I think that has been promised like earlier, supposed to be out earlier this year, and now it's being pushed slowly but progressively. As of now, it's until Q1 2026. And we are still, I hear you that you're confident that you'll be out, but we cannot be 100% sure that you'll be ready by Q1 2026. I'm not sure if there's any way that we can decouple this EIR away, at least sign the main lease term without this supplemental EIR. I'm not sure if this is something that we can.
To do what in the EIR and not have it,
Have that outside of the.
have it outside of the lease? Yeah. I think that's a good question. I think, you know, the first, you know, the thing I mentioned to Mike today is that we talked tomorrow is, you know, Q1, that's 3 months, man. We're in Q1, we're gonna get this thing. And that's my first thing is find out where this thing's gonna land. And I think a fallback position potentially, yeah, this thing pulls out. I think it's gonna be a hard sell because the environmental conditions are so critical to the port, to the community, and to city council. It's gonna be hard to pull that out, very hard. But if we don't think we can get there, then I'll have that dialogue, but right now we'll put the focus on getting it. And it starts with, we're in the 3 months we get the document. And the issue here is that they got the consultant, they got it done, but this is my point to Gene, is that the lawyers are creating the delay. And, because they're getting questions on lawyers about the CEQA process, and that's what's delaying the ERs in the first quarter, which it makes a little more sense than their consultant, they get it done. It's the lawyers on the court side, city attorney side, who are delaying the process. They sent me an email this morning with some, relative to this document, some things they need to answer. So that's, I think, good, in that this is one, the way they kind of present to me, this would help the process along with the lawyers. So that's good. Give me what you need, let me give you an answer, and let's get that moving. So I'm going to continue to go there, we're going to hit it. I want to find out when those 3 months we're targeting, and then we'll kind of go from there. But to pull it out, it's not a bad fallback, because I just think it's going to be impossible to get that. These five are in here because they felt like these are the most critical to the whole, to everything. And the environment at the time was really highlighted, that the environmental's got to be in there.
They have to have some type of language, or if it can't be done, they have to have some type of supplemental language that there will be further discussions and negotiations with an eventual
We may
agreement
get
date
down
on
there,
that.
but, you know, the way they look at it, for them to get to a 30-year agreement, extension, there's got to be firm commitments on the environmental.
Sure.
And that's, I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. Wait, any other questions?
Sure.
All right, what's next up is return of operations.
You want to take two?
Yeah, you guys want?
Take.
No, yeah, let's go.
We've been sitting here for 3.5 hours. I know we've been filtering in and out. You can mentally prepare yourself after all of that. So, you know, can move on a little bit, frankly. Everything I've ever said.
So is it commission doesn't have any opinions about lease extensions or conditions LYTIs with neighbors? There's no kind of no wish, no intention, or no strong instruction to the owner?
From the commissioners?
Yeah.
No, what's interesting is that it's been over a year since they updated the commissioners on our lease. It's been over a year. And it was such a long period of time since they've updated the commissioners. So it was a long time, combined the fact there's now new commissioners. There's been a couple of commissioners got cycled off, and a couple of new ones got cycled on, so a whole year went by. So they went into the port, so they went into the commissioners to talk about, instead of doing a successor permit with all this new language, we're now going to propose that we go with an extension on these 5 items. They didn't even tell the commissioners about it was a successor permit because they would have forgotten about it. And in order to make it an easier conversation, the board, they said, here's where we are with YTI. We're going to move forward to do an extension and talk these 5 items. Of course, okay, sounds good. So they didn't even give them all this other stuff we've been working on for the last 1.5 years, 2 years. They just went away. They didn't even tell the board about that. So and I think what happens is they go and give the high level to the board in PowerPoint. And the commissioners, I think you got a couple of commissioners who probably stay quiet, they don't know anything. You got another commissioner, well, make sure you get this. Make sure you get the environment, or you make sure you get CPI. Make sure you get CPI in there. Because they only have, and then they got, and that's really, I think, how it goes. I'm not sitting in the meeting in a private session, but based on what I've heard from them, and just kind of reading the tea leaves a little bit, that's how it goes. Yeah. But when they go to their commissioners, they go to very high level PowerPoint. Very high level. They're not showing documents and stuff like that. If they get bogged down with something, they might. but traditionally, it's just not like that.
It means so it's no number, just description actually. So kind of say extension 25 years, we got the CPS.
There could be some numbers in there.
Yeah, there.
No, there could be some numbers in there depending on where we are in the discussion point. You know, do they get into, hey, why calculate a value of $55 million a year for the last 5 years, and we expect the new lease to get a 65 million? I don't know if they're doing that or not, but I'm going to ask them. I'm going to ask them. I'm going to get, you know, I ask them a lot about it every time they go into it. Every time they go to the board, I always say, so what do you present them? And can you share with me what you're presenting them? He doesn't say no. But every now and again, they'll share something with me, because I say, what are you showing? Are you showing our document? If I put something together, we show it, no, we're just gonna, this is how we're gonna do it. But I keep asking, let's see what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, it's our concern is maybe, board of commissioners, I mean, it's a possibility. Say no to the, harm to the conditions at the, commissioners board meetings. That's kind of a, it's, that things happens or not. That's actually, I want to know more clearly, how much we have a risk to denied by board of commission. Already you can really support us to making a nice documentation there, then but propose to the commissioner, but the commissioner say, I don't like it. This kind of a possibility is quite high or quite low?
I think it's low. I think it's low, because I think that the port staff is so cautious on coming back and saying something's been agreed to or not agreed to. I think they're so cautious. I think once they've got harbor commissioner agreement, I think it's good. I think it's good.
Okay,
I don't think it's
that means that the for us, starting out regularly communicate with the commissioners, then is sounding their opinions and also receiving a feedback from commissioners' opinions.
Yes. But then once they get to the regular cadence of meeting with them on every meeting or other meeting, whenever they have an update, you're taking it to the board. So we really should be a set agenda item.
What's the dinner reservation? What time?
And we look at closed session, see like trade tax reset, Eagle Marine's got something going on. I was talking to Eagle Marine. Phoenix.
555.
I was talking, they've got something going on, I was talking to those guys about that.
And you can let them know
Phoenix
it's gonna
guys
get
about it.
delayed, but I
So
doubt
once things start moving.
overly busy.
We should be a standard update on every harbor commissioner meeting, closed session. And they're just giving updates, and, because now it's getting more into the front part of the brain here, they're like, okay, so you went back to YTI, where are we at on this? And it becomes a much more active discussion, and if we get agreement on something, I feel pretty solid, it'll stick. All that being said, I'll reconfirm, this is my understanding on the conversation I've had with them for the last couple of years. I'll reaffirm everything, so there's no ambiguity to it.
But then is they're talking about duration. Like, now they are talking about 25 years. Is there any reason behind it? Once we agree about 30 years, right? I mean, time like durations. Then now come back to the 25 years.
I think they just screwed that up, because we had it, and we were exchanging 30 years, and they sent us something saying 25. And I said, hey, I thought we had a group on 30, went back to 25. And they're like, oh, we did? And I said, yeah, you did. So and this is where I get back to, and there's been several examples of this where I don't think they're looking at this stuff, obviously as much as we're looking at, right? They got a lot of people, this is like my only world right here. And I don't think that someone might inadvertently change something, or maybe a lawyer changed it, and they need to go back to that lawyer and say, wait a minute, we had it at 30, I need you to move back to 30. So that is literally what happened. I said, they're like, yeah, I guess we did have 30, didn't we? I said, yeah, we did. But you moved back to 25, and that's kind of how they, then they kind of like, well, we're not sure if our board's gonna let it, then they kind of covered up a little bit to save face a little bit, right? Like, okay, well, let's get back to 30, so. But we'll see. I'll have some good insight tomorrow. I sent everything this morning to them.
Okay, so that's not serious request from board side.
I don't think it is.
Okay.
I don't think it is. They kind of try to cover the track a little bit and say, well, the board's a little concerned. It's 5 more years, you know? So I think
It's not big, that's I wonder, right? They stick to the, yeah, exactly. Family difference is not so, big deal.
No, here's what I think the big things are. I think it's CPI, CPI,
Yeah.
and transfer fee.
Transfer fee, okay.
I think those are the big ones.
Okay.
And
I got a squeaky chair.
I
you
I
want to
just believe
switch?
those are the big ones. I think the security arrangement can get resolved, you know, on.
That's formality.
Yeah, I think that's a formality.
That's a
thing.
formality, right?
Yeah, it's not, it's like Brad was saying, you know, there's money, $300 million in cash on hand. I don't even know what they put in there, right? I think we can get that done. I actually think the EIR is not gonna be a problem with the here, but we are moving towards zero emissions. There's nothing more we can do. We're moving as fast as we can move. We're buying equipment as soon as it comes off the assembly line. We've shown we're doing it. Another sensitive issue is manning, you know, automating. We're not automating, we're keeping, I mean, we're a unicorn here. We're doing some great things here. I really think it gets down to CPI and transfer fee.
Okay, then transfer fee, yes. We okay.
I got you.
But it's better to have a proportional.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you know, 30%, 30% over, and it has to be, and then every time we pay 100% transaction fee.
It's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense.
Yes.
Yeah, like a 25% sale, 25% A buyer, B buyer.
Yeah.
We pay 20 million to Fora and 20 million to Fora.
Yeah.
But we sell 50 million and same 20 million.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. The transfer fee's still new for them, you know, and trying to figure it out and stuff, and they get all twisted around. The big challenge we have, this is the biggest challenge. Port staff looks at the way they look at it, and their city attorneys look at the way they look at it, and they don't always, and they get all sideways on how they're looking at it. And I think part of the reason that happens is because I don't think either one of them's paying enough attention to it. But now that we got the timeline hanging over our head, we lost all of our fluff time, now it's time to get serious about this, let's really get on it. But I do believe the transfer fee and CPI are the ones that they are really
So
looking
then, what is going to be the transfer fee percentage or definition way? So that part's okay. I mean, that's okay. I mean, it's we accept.
Yeah.
But the only and then proportional ones, that is the least.
If we can get that in proportional, then I would use that as the leverage or the chip to say CPI.
Yep.
No CPI. And give on that one, and we're working hard on transfer fee. Get that one, and I threw that back to them yesterday about the proportion this morning. I said that to them, so we can talk about tomorrow. We're gonna meet on Thursday, and I'll give you guys an update on Thursday. And I'll see where they are on that. If they give, first I'll find out if they even read the damn thing. Secondly, I'll find out, okay, what's your opinion of proportionate if we go this path? And if we can get a lock-in on that here in the next few meetings, then I'll use that on the CPI, to support our CPI rate. That's a big give. I've never had that before. And you've got GRI, which covers you, why you need a CPI. So I like how this is staging up for us, especially since you give them some leeway on these items. Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. Good. You ready?
I've never been more excited in my life.
You're on.
All right, operations. Just from my perspective, looking at the first half of the year, I want to highlight a few things that I think are key takeaways. Sandra already mentioned the gross moves per hour surpassing our target. I expect this with a little bit lower volume. Pleased that the team's getting it. We're tracking ahead of budget on operational cost per lift. So this is probably one of two things I'm most proud of. So the team's scaling the way they should scale. As Sandra mentioned in her report, the team's looking under every rock as they should, but that's the culture we've created. That's the expectation. Every shift, can we pull one body out? Can we stress test? What an RTG operator can actually do today as far as efficiency, just to try and maximize it, because it all adds up over the course of the year. So we're right there, just under our blended CPL that we target internally, and I'm confident that we'll continue that throughout the rest of the year. The decrease in rail throughput, with no service disruption. I'm sorry, the increase, again, as expected. I think the team's doing a fantastic job. The turn time, so this goes hand in hand with the next bullet. So we've successfully implemented the technology on the RTG, something that's been talked about for a long time with some of you. We actually implemented it in July. I got a slide on here that'll get to the details, but we did it efficiently, we made it safer out there, and we did it while reducing our turn time. So we were concerned that our turn time would go up. It's actually done the opposite. Some of that volume related and density out there, of course. But to do so after removing some LW labor, I think is quite the accomplishment of the team. So good stuff there. Some supporting documentation. I won't go through all of this as it was highlighted in Sandra's portion, but the one thing I want to highlight on slide 29 is just the RTG productivity being at 7.26 versus a target of 6.7. So this is what I'm talking about, where we're deploying. We continue to challenge our labor out there to complete more additional moves in any given shift, and they are delivering. From a cost per lift standpoint, I just want to highlight a few things. The productivity on the vessel is what's leading to us being in the black there, majority-wise at 1.1 million in savings. The yard and gate, as Sandra mentioned, we've got 23 less gates in budget, which is driving 2.1 million in savings. But then this next one, which is the day-to-day management of our labor, that's the RTG, tops, UTRs, tower. These key positions in our yard that are increasing their efficiency by better output, which is resulting in real savings of 637K. So really good job by the team there. We won't take our foot off the gas. Rail, little different story. We got the increase of 16% in volume. So we've got more weekend shifts that are at a higher wage, more night shifts just because of the nature of that operation. However, we're trending to our year-to-date target. We were a little higher in the beginning of the year, where we were a little impacted April, May. We talked about last board meeting. This second half, quarter, we've been trending down to bridge that gap, and I anticipate that to continue. And then last but not least on guarantees. So because we're saving so many gates, and the variability in volume week over week, that forces us to carry our steady labor force, kind of like salaried labor. So we're looking at this really, really closely to go, do we need to check in, meaning send back to the hall some of our key labor positions? We're watching it closely. We don't think so yet, because our study shows productivity will take a bigger hit working out of the hall quality versus steadies. But we got our finger on the pulse there. Okay, so we're still saving a lot more money by cutting the gates, than we are carrying these people. But at what point do we need to make that decision? This next slide, I want to highlight, really from July on, you've really seen stabilized dwell times for the most part across most cargo types. The one thing I want to highlight is you see the yellow starting to tick up going into September, which is your empties. Since second quarter completed, we moved on into October. We have opened up our YTI North, where we've got empties stored over there, a ton of Wanhai, and we just opened up, I think, a week or two ago for some O&E surplus too. So some opportunity to get some storage revenue there. This tells a pretty clear story about what's happening in the harbor. You saw some spikes on the casual utilization earlier in the year, more so those summer months, but it's really been under that 3.5% and even lower in the last couple of weeks to finish the first half. We continue to see that trend in through October, and we certainly anticipate that with maybe a slight uptick through the holidays, which is we would expect, but a lot of regular labor, which is a little more expensive, but will help with our productivity to offset some of that cost. This really, I want your takeaway to be, the gear and budget oversight that I presented earlier in the year. We're tracking on it. We've saved $970K as of the first half. We anticipate that to increase because some of the initiatives we took didn't start until August. This isn't the only thing we're doing to save, so as I mentioned, we're looking shift over shift situationally to try and save a body here and there. That's outside of this, but as far as our key target areas, the team is aligned on this and tracking it on an ongoing basis, so good stuff there. All right, this one is one of what I'm really pleased about. So for those of you who don't know, we implemented technology or improved displays that we talked about a little bit last board meeting, maybe the one before. What we wanted to do, and this initiated from a safety approach, is remove the clerks that were standing on foot, walking into piles to deliver our local cargo. By the implementation of some technology on the cranes that we had, but really some improved software and visual aid for the operator, we've been successful in pulling out some clerks, getting them in the cab of their trucks. They're no longer walking into piles except on an exception basis. And we're reducing on average 20 clerks a week. So we were concerned that, more to come though, but we were expecting some pushback. We thought they'd slow down, but I think that the way we rolled it out, we met with every local, we had training sessions in here, we had their presidents in here for all three locals together, explaining what we were doing, and kind of collaborated well with them. I think that's what really helped.
Was there any manning adjustments anywhere else on the terminal? Did they get anything back?
No.
I mean, walking trucks are typically, they're like, you know what they are, right? Let me just get in the truck and walk the yard and just mess around, right? And then half of them are gone, half of them are, it turns into a 4-and-4. So
that's right.
I'm shocked that there was no pushback elsewhere.
So our original concern was, because we've done some work on the vessel side where we reduced clerks on the top handlers that are catching the discharge off the locals, or excuse me, the discharge.
Yeah.
The concern there was now we'd have to man up over there and you're just robbing Peter to pay Paul, which I made sure we weren't going to do. So nothing has been given back. I think what it exposed a little bit is that the arrangement out there was a little rich from the start.
Yeah.
And they're still
What was your
able to
manning
do
before? Was it
whatever.
one per RTG?
Yeah, plus relief. Now it's 1 for 2. So a lot more to come. So what we got on the second to last bullet is I've got our continuous improvement team, Chris Rados and his folks, looking into any improvements on the technology, partnering with HJ's team in IT to fill the gap on kind of that last 5 to 8% of error rate that we're seeing. If we can improve, when we improve that, we're going to cut deeper.
What's your ultimate goal there? One per row?
1 for 3.
1 for 3?
Yeah. Now, if we can get to a point where we're like sectioning and zoning the yard, I mean, that would be absolutely ideal. But
yeah, that's.
I think market competition, the 4-and-4s that are out there, I think it'll be very tough to get that type of skill level at such a lean arrangement, I'd call it.
No, that's.
But we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going. So
solid.
Definitely a success story. It's a good start. We're not done yet. Is really the message I want to convey. Okay. We're safer, and
well, that's the other thing too. Is that is
the ultimate win.
Yeah. One of the most risk and exposed positions.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I had some brief conversations with Dave and Wei Jin on just where we're at with the rail capacity study. Psyche-san and us met a while ago. So I want to kind of tie a bow around this project. So Mercator, who is the consultant we utilized for the study, basically came back and said our capacity is at 6,300 lifts per week. Contingent on the network working as it should, meaning Class 1 railroads doing their part, PHL doing their part, us doing our part. Our current utilization is at 69% when I put this together a few weeks ago. So 4,342 weekly rail lifts on average. Last year, second highest rail lifts that we ever performed at YTI, we're at just shy of 4,500 weekly lifts, or 71% of what the study came back with as far as our operating capacity. So based off those findings, we don't think there's any immediate capital investment required right now. If we push up into that 6,300 number and we're looking to to continue to increase throughput, then it's something that I think will warrant a discussion. But I think right now we're in a good spot. What's our path forward though? Continue to close coordination with Class 1 railroads, shipping lines, PHL on matchback, car utilization, ensuring the velocity maintains the demand here at YTI. Since that tri-party that we had some discussions on has started and concluded, and we've got kind of like a mini one with more on a tactical level, some folks still handling it. We've seen 100% pull time since last December, which is really when we initiated it. So what we did, I think, helped from a communication and execution standpoint. But still, the gap in getting us to that 6,300 is going to very much rely on the Class 1 railroad's ability to keep us fed for 2 shifts, 14 shifts a week.
And I think it's more market driven than the railroads.
Well, you've got the westbound on the line side too to match the eastbound, but I gotta say for a while now we've seen some really good empty.
Well, I'm talking about the actual IPI market
Yeah.
coming up to hit the 63. I mean, the railroads can, they'll have to, or if not, the evidence will be very apparent that they're falling behind. They're not doing the 100% pull rate.
Yeah, I understand.
But is the market driving you towards 63? Right. That's gonna be the question.
Yeah.
And you're right. The other thing that was dealt with last year was not just the pull time, but was the balance. I can tell you that O&E's been 100% plus balanced since springtime. I can't comment on the others. I don't have visibility on that. I know One High is they're a separate railroad, and their model is different with not a lot of exports. So I'm not sure. Again, being a separate railroad, it's not impactful for us per se, but it's impactful for YTI. If you're stalled because the BN isn't bringing you cars to offset their imbalance, well then that goes back on the Class 1. That's a separate issue that you have to deal with.
Yeah. And you're right. The matchback has been fantastic, and the empty support to bridge the gap between westbound and eastbound fulls has been very solid. So good partnership with the team. Yeah, I figured. So I'd like to think something good came out of the tri-party, as well as the focus with the DAB and how it all ties together. What we're going to continue to do is kind of work and see if there's any synergies with Everport. We've had some of those discussions already, more to come on that. And then I've had a conversation with the Port of LA on opportunities to utilize the LAXT loop. They're not willing to contract or lease us like a track. However, they're willing to host a meeting with the Class 1 railroads, PHL, and us to try and understand if there's some synergies around kind of giving us some preferential treatment, I guess, and or the utilization of a third departure track over here behind Everport. So some good stuff came out of the dialogue, but it'll be more of us to manage more on a tactical basis for now.
What is Pora is reluctant to LAXT, we using LAXT. They are more like a long term, like a leasing arrangement.
They're community tracks. They're port operated tracks. It's part of their network, and they can't dedicate tracks to one terminal.
They want to make that LAXT common use.
Well, for the land itself, yes, there's a project out there to turn the land into a potential near dock depot. But the tracks themselves are general use.
General still, are they using that loop?
Yeah, they use it all the time.
Oh, okay.
They use it frequently, and you can see all customers out there, all terminals having cars stored there.
They utilize that.
They utilize it as required. I mean, again, right now the market overall is considerably down, so we're not seeing train staged at ACTA or LAXT or any of the further upline sidings. But when there is train bunching or there's delays on the terminals, they will pull them into LAXT or ACTA first, and then they start finding other spots for them. but it's their controlled tracks to be used at the port rail operator's discretion, not individual terminals.
Understood.
Now, that's why the port rail operator can't come in and just drop somebody's cars on YTI's 5 tracks or Everport's 5 tracks or Pier W or anybody else. There are charters in the leases that say, hey, these are dedicated for the terminals. But LAXT is a separate issue.
Thanks, Steve. Pretty much verbatim what they told me. Carry over.
Helps to have been around for a while.
Okay, shifting gears a little bit. So we've got a couple of CapEx requests that are in the works. Outside of the, I guess, more standard Che, I guess is what I would say. Much bigger ticket items. So the next 2 slides, you got ship to shore and then the RTG. So I want to give you guys really a kind of a preview into what's kind of coming your way. Big investments. So we will end up seeking approval for 2 new STS cranes. The purpose is to replace 2 that we demolished back, one a couple years ago, and the one prior to that was almost 10 years ago now, maybe, quite some time ago. We have retained a consultant, Booz Navar, to perform the RFP study out there with different MESs to decide what the best fit is for YTI. We plan to send them the technical requirement package middle of December with the intent to get their responses from the OEMs back somewhere late January. One thing I want to highlight is the lead time on these is anywhere from 2 years to 27 months, and probably counting. I guess we'll kind of see how it goes once we place the order, right, if we place the order. We're still working through the physical dimensions. We're working with the port to understand what the strength of what's the max weight that we can handle on our wharf to ensure we don't exceed it, of course. I think with some discussions with WageIn and internally, we obviously want to go as big as we can to handle just the upsizing of vessels for the future demand, which should be, we should have identified here shortly, probably this month, not early December before we send it out. So I think you had estimated 45 mil is what we had. It might be upwards of 50
For 2?
excuse me. In that 23 to 25 mil range, all said and done. But we absolutely think it's warranted. So just to kind of give you a little more color to it, we've had 4 collisions, whether with either on the stack of the Wanhai or into the combination of the AP 1 PS7 service, because we're utilizing some of these smaller cranes. It does not excuse anything, but it's just the risk we have with these shorter cranes. In addition, we've experienced a decent amount of standby while we've had to go over and skim. So as we talk about DAB and hanging ships off earlier and earlier and deploying max gangs, we do have the obstacle of working our 4 much smaller class cranes against these larger ships.
And your intent is to send the RFPs out to
multiple
all
manufacturers.
available?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Any questions on this one?
All right, I think it's in conjunction with the second one, so you might as well.
I figured it was a little quiet. I was like, okay, so we'll slide into this one. So, kind of same approach. This one, well, a little bit different actually. This is in addition to. So we believe that 4 additional RTGs will definitely improve our competitiveness in the market as far as, let me back up a step. The thought in our head was, and the information I had at the time was that the FP1 would be upsizing by 2027 some new ship model builds right now currently going on. So as we scale that volume, we want to stay competitive with, let's say, the PS7 AP1 alongside 2 14,000 TEU ships alongside. we started analyzing what's the velocity in which we need to turn over our CY space in order to keep those ships on perform week in, week out. The one thing that we recognize is that, you know, on any given day, the import appointment availabilities, about 22% of our cargoes is available due to the output that a RTG can do in an 9-hour shift, excuse me, times our max amount of RTGs that we have on terminal. By increasing that up by 4, we can increase that by 29%, or excuse me, 29% available in any given shift, which allows us to reuse space to keep the ship velocity discharge moving. Okay. Without it, we're kind of at the same output with a lot more input as we upsize the vessel throughput. Am I making sense so far? Okay, good. Currently, we're working with the same vendor to go out and source these with multiple vendors. As you guys mentioned, you want us to look at all options. That is going to be part of the RFP, so near zero, full zero, hybrid, diesel, to see what makes sense for us. And the timeline is the same as the cranes. Different from the cranes, the lead time on these is 13 to 16 months as of current. Questions? One at a time.
Just 2 comments.
Yes, sir.
Number one, I think an important part of this is justifying the almost 10% increase, right? Showing the how. We want to understand that a little bit more. We're fairly constrained space here. Taking 4 more pieces of equipment in constrained space. We'd like to understand the base thinking behind that, right? It is attractive. We also know, looking at the age of the RTGs, the age of the cranes, there is some necessary replacement CapEx that's got to be put into play here for these big ticket items. So I don't think anybody is denying that piece. It's the above and beyond, and you know, we've got some questions about doing 9 gangs. Are we going to go with 12 cranes? Are you going to go to 10? Are you going to go to 11? We understand 1 crane's usually out for maintenance or whatever. So generally speaking, I hope I'm not misspeaking here, Suji-san and Sayuki-san, but I think we view it favorably. We just need more justification and information for our further understanding, is the bottom line here. The RTGs, obviously, you have a very end of life fleet. So the question kind of is, do we need the 4 as purely additional? Why is that through the 10%? Could they replace and they bring in productivity? Could we do 2 and 2, replace 2 and incremental 2? There'll be some questions as we guys get further into this, because obviously we haven't really dug into it too far. And this is a big ticket item. So, but we also, I do want to stress, we understand we have to continue to reinvest in the big ticket replacement here with end of life looming for a bunch of this stuff. So I think generally looked at favorably, especially since we get 10% more, which increases overall revenue opportunity and PL impact, right? So we get it. I think we just need to dig a little bit further.
Yeah, completely understood.
How do we get
Business
there?
case.
The other thing back on the STS,
Fair statement.
your RFP is going to be for a 2+2, or is it going to be 2 with an option for 2 later, or is it just going to be straight for just 2?
We put in 2, but we have asked them to, we want to understand like shipping savings, so if it makes more sense to do 4 and we can see that it might save
Or
us
just
half
2
a mil
later,
or a
right?
mil.
You know, 2 with the intent to buy 2 in 2 years.
That'll be part of it.
Because
2 more coming.
Because, I mean, when you look at the end of life, you look at the cranes, there's gonna be an ask, right? I assume there's gonna be an ask for 2 more at some point within the next 5 years.
That's fair, that's fair.
Right? I mean, that's okay.
Yeah.
It could be an enticing option for a provider, right?
Yep.
Yes, I think that was one of the items that we will have in our RFP.
Yep.
Okay.
What would be the discount,
Yeah.
right, and obviously the
Shipping.
cost.
Yeah, shipping cost 2 is always gonna be cheaper than 1 at a time.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
But if you can also dangle the option for 2 more at some point.
And the other side of it is, what's the financial side look like in terms of how we're gonna manage $70 million at all in a very tight window here, right? That's excluding the other 2 that Dave's talking about, which there were another 50 on top. And price isn't gonna go down, right? So, you know, it makes some sense, but how are we gonna tackle this all?
Yeah, and my understanding is that with the cranes, it's always a seller's market rather than a buyer's market, so there's not a lot of negotiation to be done there. But I think it's worth asking and exploring, right? Do we have to do a down payment right away? If we commit, can the down payment be in years to come? Things like that.
But then again, it's maybe we understand there are 2 issues.
Yeah.
2 issues here since because current equipment is already old, time to replace it. I mean, in the coming few years. So then, anyways, we need to replace like a cranes, STS, and RTG anyhow. So then we took your proposal as a kind of a replacement. Anyhow, I mean long terms, right? And the long terms and the STS and the RTGs. So long term basis, that would be some of them have to be replaced. So that's we did that by now. So then you're proposing 2, but in the sooner or later we need to order another 2 or 3. So that's better to have order 4 now. But it will depend on the negotiation. Then other issue is maybe we're talking about capacity increase. Okay. So then I mean that's actually we good to hear, and you have opportunity to expand your capacity. But the question is how, right? How to expand the capacity by using how many guns, how many cranes, how to utilize RTG. These are still and we want to know more clearly how you operate actually, and how to utilize the cranes, how to utilize the RTG. Then to achieve like a 1.9 billion steel capacity.
Yeah.
So that's actually not linked to the procurement actually, but it purely knows how to expand the capacity. So that's a 2 issue.
Really understood. Yeah, we'll get it clear and make sure everyone's aligned on what that is. It's really it's more well understood.
Yeah, so we want to utilize 1.9 million capacity because we are limited by number of equipment. We are limiting 8 guns for operational needs, but we can target 9 guns or 10 guns. Then we can achieve 1.9 million volumes. Now we cannot handle 1.9 million because of the equipment.
Well, I think the short answer is that the berth capacity, our EIR is 1.9.
Yeah.
BNTU, that's what our EIR allows us to do for throughput. Our berth can do it. Our yard is closer to 1.7. And that changes depending on the dwell times and things of that nature. So we want to marry up that, and I say the 1.7 because we got these other triggers up north in 6A that have a lot of extra handling costs in them, right? And what we want to go do is get to the 1.9 in the main yard without the extra handling costs in north and 6A. And so the question is, we'll outline how, it really ties into the port availability improvement that 29% increase is really the key number that drives the number above it.
Having more appointments available means to be able to serve more truckers and faster throughput. I get it.
So we'll detail that out, so it makes a little more, because the questions are good one, like most of them are. And Eric and his team will detail that out when we come for the ask.
Quite frankly, it'll also reduce your turn time on terminal.
100%.
Right. Because you'll have more equipment to service trucker, get man out faster, stuff like that.
If we've got
The problem is you're doing it in a pizza box.
Thank God we got this 15th RTG from Paseco.
That's so true. Yeah.
We had to have that.
It really helps.
That's been a big difference for us. So.
One way to kind of paint a picture, Tim, is if we've got 14 rows, we can, and they're all all open on, let's say, an idle vessel day, we got one RTG in each row. That means I can only deliver the max that that individual can do plus digging for that 9-hour shift. If I can put 2 or 3 in that row, my output increases.
Are your rows big enough to handle that kind of queue sitting in it?
About 2/3 of them are.
That's the kind of thing we want to talk
Yeah,
about. I
completely.
know it's getting into the weeds a little bit, but we're talking about $70 million.
I would expect, we expect it, if understood.
Want to make sure that everybody is on the same page.
Weeds, man, that's dirt.
Hey, man, I'm on the date. I'm okay with
Like
that.
Okay, good dialogue. All right, thanks. No more questions on this. My last slide here.
My shovel's pretty small. I get guys with bigger shovels than I do.
So we.
I can talk about Mike and Educate.
Okay. We talked a little bit about the cost of going, I guess, clean air and exposure to the MTOs, and the grants may be running out, et cetera, et cetera. So, high level, you got 2 working groups, starting with the Wickham TOA, West Coast Marine Terminals Operators Association. They came to the table about 3 or 4 months ago and said, hey, we want to create a fee as a group that can recover some of our capital to go clean air due to it being mandated against MTOs. Since we started those dialogues, a couple of terminals branched out and have started a new group. And they're trying to attract members to sign up to accomplish the same thing. I'd say the main difference is they're also targeting like bulk terminals, so outside the MTO group that is part of Wickham TOA.
So, pause a second. So just for a historical perspective, the clean truck fee was, Pier Pass started 20 years ago, and it was to offset strictly to offset the labor for working separate gates, right? So what the Pier Pass fee has nothing to do necessarily with the terminal investments on clean initiatives, EV initiatives. So that's a 20-year-old model that gets in. How often do they increase the rates every year, every couple of years?
Yeah, we look
right?
at it every year.
Is it every year they increase the rate per TEU? But again, it's just supposed to be offsetting the labor, and I think there's been some balance with the amount of gates that have been reduced. It's for a while there, the terminals were not breaking even with the clean truck, with the Pier Pass rebates, right? Maybe it is now. And
They went to 2.0 and it's
but it changed the model.
yeah.
It changed the delivery model of what came into the gate.
That's right.
So this is, I'm again, now I'm not that deep into the terminals, and I was not necessarily aware that this was starting to grow some legs. Makes perfect sense with all the terminals having to absorb all these additional fees. So what was the feeling at Wickham TOA? Was there?
All we done, or go ahead, excuse me.
No, I mean.
The feeling is everyone agreed that they believe in a fee, and we've since consulted Moffitt and Nickel to perform a study to understand what the cost exposure is across MTOs in San Pedro Bay.
So
which is currently
in process.
In the process.
So is the idea from Wickham TOA then to kind of rebrand Pier Pass to be a clean initiative and tie in the sustainability fee? No?
None of it has been defined
Not
quite
that
yet.
far.
We're just trying to understand what the cost exposure is, which will turn into, hey, what's a good fee look like? But it will have nothing to do with TMF. It would be something that is managing the filed agreement that we're allowed to talk about it, but it would be a separate.
Be a new program.
Thank you.
So you have Pure Pass under Wickham TOA, you have Port Check under Wickham TOA, and this will be a new program under Wickham TOA that's nothing but sustainability.
That's right. Similar to Port Check, really, like more similar to Port Check than TMF.
Question and a little advice, a little like maybe. This is intended to be charged to the cargo, people who are picking the cargo up, or to the carrier?
Haven't gotten that far yet as defined, but I think more discussions are towards the BCO.
Okay.
And
Number
then-
2, go look up at Vancouver, who has something floating around like that.
Vancouver.
And then this Tosca group, what is, any idea on what their thoughts are on how they're gonna structure it? I mean, the last thing, and I see they're obviously, they're fall under the FMC, right? Jurisdiction, right, so, or purview, right? But now you're gonna have another entity looking to create a fee for the community?
So, yes, so Tosca has, which is Terminal Operator Sustainable Cooperative Agreement. ITS and SSA branched out. They're currently recruiting.
Who are Wickham members?
Yeah, I know, yeah. No,
Yeah,
it's-
thank you.
Yeah, seeing a theme here, you know, is there momentum within the Wickham TOA group that they need to kind of rebrand themselves into a different organization? And Wickham TOA goes by the wayside. It's an organization that perhaps has outlived its effectiveness or usefulness.
So my comment to that is I don't think so, personally.
Okay.
I think Wickham TOA was designed to have these kinds of conversations.
Exactly.
It's really this extra group, or this new group that's branched out that I think is creating concern on my end, because you've got two concurrent studies going for the same fee. So to answer your question, where I think it's gonna go is it's gotta be a united front. So it's either handled under Wickham TOA or it's handled under this Tosca. That hasn't been determined quite yet. This is
NBA,
completely new.
EBA, NFL, UFL,
So-
IndyCar,
Yeah.
IRL. I mean, it's live in PGA.
And there's a lot of opinions on this core piece here, which is that why did these two terminals go out and create Tosca? They did it for two reasons. Because they're Wickham TOA members who are part of the conversations to do a sustainability fee through Wickham TOA. So why did you guys peel off? For two reasons. One is they want to get in non-container terminals into the fee. So you got SSA who's got bulk terminals, and they say, hey, they're doing investments also, they should be in there. You got Metropolitan Stevedore, another one, who is
Sure.
you know, got blended operation, you know, has containers, contracts plus non-container. Get them in there. So reason one that Tosca was created was to pull in containers out of, terminals out of the container. The second reason is that there was a view that if Wickham TOA were to do this, it could create some visibility or scrutiny of Pure Pass. And because Pure Pass goes through these various levels of scrutiny from different players, and it's been quiet. So they said, we're gonna go out there and let's do this Tosca thing for these two reasons. And they go and get a discussion agreement with just those two in there and say, okay, now we'd like everybody else to come join this. And that's where it sits today. And you got probably, you know, I'm gonna guess it's probably around, you probably got about 75% of the people going on with Tosca. Because they're buying into, their bigger issue being no one wants to jeopardize Pure Pass. Because Pure Pass is running, it's quiet, let it keep going, let's go do Tosca. And that way it's separate, two separate entities. And Tosca is different because it's got these other members in it. That was the motivation. The last thing I'll say, and sorry to cut in on this, Eric, but our position has been we're staying with Wickham TOA until, with this caveat, that you can't have both of these organizations with members on both concurrently doing this. So our position has been that the Wickham TOA board needs to either say we're going to continue this, and how you figure that out when you got Tosca members on both, or Wickham TOA needs to make a conscious decision to say, you know what, this ain't right for Wickham TOA to do. We're going to stop. Let's agree to do this through Tosca, and then we will then join Tosca. But we're taking the position, we're staying with Wickham TOA because we're trying to send a message that you can't do both. Let's figure out if we're going to continue with Wickham TOA. If we're not, the Wickham TOA board needs to instruct Wickham TOA management that we're done, we're not going to pursue it, at which point we'll look at it and say, okay, we'll go join Tosca.
And who's
We're trying to
Tosca
push to get
using?
this thing cleaned up.
Is there, do you know?
They're using a law firm to drive it, but they used a study already, like an existing study in and like amortize it over the next 10 years.
It's the it's the PMSA study from 2015, Dave. That was a white paper.
Yeah.
Where PMSA, you remember, for PMSA contracted Moffitt and Nickel.
Yeah.
And they came up with some number that was kind of a white paper, high extreme number.
In 2015, 10 years ago.
Yeah,
decade ago.
exactly.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things, because we've been getting lobbied to come to Itasca, because I've been vocal, we're gonna say Wicatoa, for the reason that we can't have both going. So we're just trying to really kind of clean it up. So one of the things I've told people is that I don't believe in the 2015 study. If we base our fee on a study that was done before anything had been done, we're killing ourselves, guys. And there's been some agreement that, well, we just kind of did that to get a site, but if you join Tosca, you can weigh in on that, and we'll move from that study and create a new study, and possibly even use a study that Wicatoa had contracted. You know, that's what not only works if you pay Wicatoa for the work they've paid. I want this thing to be done right.
No, I get it.
And what you got is, you got some terminal operators who are trying to cut corners on this thing because they want to move quick on it. And I say, I don't have a problem with quick, but we're gonna do it the right way. So there's a lot of noise to this thing, a lot of pieces, but I think here's the reality of it. There will be a sustainability fee. The lien, Tim, is to the BCO, card owner, and I'd say it's a very strong lien, that's probably where it's gonna end up. But there will be a sustainability fee, and it will probably be with, to the BCO, under Tosca, the amount undetermined. The other concern I had is I didn't want the bulk guys that were on the SSA getting a fee based on container terminal investments. Because container terminal investments for zero emissions is much higher than a bulk terminal for zero emissions. So I don't want those guys tagging along. I've had this problem with SSA before in a Pier Pass. I don't want SSA tagging along and saying, oh, our bulk terminals are gonna get a fee based on container terminal zero emissions investments, because that would just be wrong. So they have I've been assured that, well, that won't happen.
It's gonna be proportional.
That, there should really be two subsets of this thing, container, non-container, and we'll figure that out. But again, there's people trying to cut corners on this thing.
I appreciate this context because, okay, you don't want to add on to Port Check or Pier Pass ZEPs, and you don't want to bring in bulk into Wicatoa because it's a different discipline. So there needs to be some vehicle to get there. And so, yeah, I guess the reality of it is there needs to be a splinter group that can handle that and develop this. Just
if it's done right.
If it's done right. Just from an optics standpoint, though, it's going to be a tough ask, right? I mean, California, LA, in general, just keeps tacking on fee, and now it's going to be another one. But the expectation is for LA to be the leader in all of these green initiatives.
And not to mention,
and they cost money.
Not to mention, on the optics, not to mention, well, you're getting grant money. So why are you asking for a fee?
There is that.
And the thing is, I think that we should be taking the grant money out, to where, because one thing about Pier Pass, despite all the noise about it and all the stuff that's going on from this history, is there are tight controls with FMC that you have to report your numbers. And it would be the same with Tosca, right? So let's make sure, because I got a little concerned there's a greed factor amongst some of these folks. Again, back to doing it right. Let's make sure our stuff is right. Let's make sure our numbers are accurate and they're defensible. And we're not trying to cream more than we should be trying to cream, but it's accurate that we're actually trying to do what we're trying to do. If you got grant money in there, we got to subtract that out and go after, this is what our costs are that we need to get, that we need this fee to reimburse us for. That's part of this thing, right? And I don't know if there's agreement on that or not, but that's part of it.
Yeah, any non-grant investment is what the fee should be offsetting.
Exactly.
That's the idea.
And when we sit, I remember Pier Pass is set up and the whole thing that went along with it, but it wasn't inside of it, was the equivalent of PMA. They were involved in the
PMA, it was PMSA.
It was PMSA. They were involved in the setup of it.
But it was Wicatoa. Yeah. Wicatoa was the one that drove it. PMSA.
Yeah, but the FMC scrutiny, the FMC does not have scrutiny power over terminals.
They
made
do
that
on, this
very
case
clear.
here because it was fees that was being established, and it has to be equitably distributed. So that's why the terminals have to report their gate activities. Originally, it was what happens before or after 1800, right? And
No, I remember.
that was how the money was distributed, and it was moves and it was labor hours.
It's still like
Then
on the website.
And then it went to 2.0 where it took away. All right, yeah, all right. I'm getting
So-
Dave's getting into the dirt.
So we want to update you that this is in the works, and we'll provide future updates.
Sorry, Suji-san.
We're right in the middle of it, so a lot to know on this. Thanks, Alan. Dave, thanks. Any other questions for Ops?
Well, it's great. I mean, the productivity is improved a lot. So thank you very much. It's a very, very great work. Yes.
You were clear, so we're at the 28. He's gonna deliver by Christmas. Super
Just one quick before moving to commercial. So,
Yes, sir.
previously you included a continuous improvement slide. Chris Lados.
You did.
That's in the end.
No, he did.
Can you also include a CI project slide?
Moving forward?
One page, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna give you like a final year,
Fiscal 2025 CI project is
Yeah.
one page,
No problem.
like last.
So you want to keep that as a regular update?
Yeah, I think it's, he meant that.
You want to keep that as a regular update?
Since last BOD, if the slide was gone.
Yeah, we'll take that.
Yeah.
So you want to back in
Yeah,
every board
there is
meeting?
a new initiative already.
We just try to
Start.
change it up a little bit sometimes. But you want us to keep that in there every board meeting? That's my question to you.
Yeah, if CI team is have a new initiative, we want to know what they are working.
But you want to keep it every,
Yeah.
you want to update on the progress every meeting.
Okay. We saved the best for last. So commercial, if you back in March, we have a vision from Mr. Jeremy Dixon with his senior team that we report that he emphasized that YTI is a very important infrastructure for ONVDs, and he asked us to focus on the service level and make sure that we are very prepared to support ONVDs. And in line with that discussion, that from my perspective, that I didn't actually pursue the new Chinese shipping line, putting the complete new stranger to YTI. Instead, we focusing on the maintain our service level to support AP1, APS7. Obviously, if there's any sporadic opportunity pops up, then we chase that one-off extra loader. That has been our strategy. And because the market become very soft, as we talked about at the beginning of this meeting, that we trying to keep our volume as it is within under our control, and then our strategy has been take advantage of anyone's failure in our network terminal to secure the volume from their terminal because of their own issues. Has not been available yet. We do have also opportunity that like extra loader from HMM eventually ending up to go other terminal, but we will continue to pursue that. I think the market is very dry up. Even some new Chinese shipping line, they suspended their services. TS line, Chinese carrier WBGT, they suspended all the service because the ocean freight is too low. And also because of that, that will make WBGT and Traffic ITS very hungry for any opportunity from the market. So we make sure that we keep our volume within our range, and then make sure that any other opportunity we capture in the markets. So that has been a market update. Only thing that still up in the air is that we have not been able to complete the schedule of rate with the Premier Alliance. I think I showed with you last time that we are waiting for the approval from our Premier Alliance to get the schedule of rate. But based upon our discussion with the Premier Alliance, that they wanted to add certain language about the 6A, which is an alternative way to deal with the import on the way demurrage that after further review we thought is a very one-sided contract that we cannot accommodate. So couple of weeks ago that we go back to the Premium Alliance that we cannot take this language, and then instead I want them to accept the existing schedule of rate which has been carried over past over 4 years, that to complete the agreement for the compliance purpose, because we won't have a contract inside instead of not completing the contract. And we don't have any issue for the payment because all Premium Alliance confirm to acceptance. For the acceptance, our existing rate. So we are getting paid by our new rate, but we have not contract signed yet. So we reach out to the Premium Alliance one more time to see if they can complete the agreement as we have right.
So it's Pierre have not signed yet.
Yes, sir. They want us to remove 6A language, which is an alternative way of on the import on the rate demurrage that we said we cannot remove it, and then they come up with a kind of process to kick in the 6A language is very one-sided language that we told them we cannot accept this language. Instead, we ask them because we've been delayed a few months waiting for you to sign off to sign the contract. Instead, because of that, we ask Premium Alliance to execute the existing agreement as they are instead of revising last month.
So you are talking with OE?
Actually, I'm talking to all 3 shipping lines. There are regional terminal committees.
Yeah.
The ONE, Yangming, HMM, kind of.
But is a leader is OE?
I think we don't know yet. So that's one of the things that I want to talk about. Is ONE has a control,
Yeah.
but when we're talking to the Premium Alliance, the HMM is the one talking to us. So this is a little different from TIA Alliance setup because on the TIA Alliance setup, Hapag-Lloyd was the leader because they don't have a terminal in LA, so that they play as a third party role. Premium Alliance is that there are certain rules, but it's really confusing that it doesn't have a one point of contact to talk about these issues. And then one day, normally for the Premium Alliance, I received the inquiry from HMM.
I have to recuse myself in this conversation right now, guys.
Yeah. Right.
Because that person directly reports to me, and I am in a position of conflict. So I think we can take this offline and have this
But
conversation.
it's not, we are not talking about the content subject.
We're talking about actual dollar amount.
Oh, I know, but
Yeah.
obviously I'm not sure who is talking to them, so I
Yeah,
can check
but
that
we're
out.
not talking about exact fees, we're talking about just the negotiation process.
The negotiation process I can address, but he's talking about the 6A problem, and that is the part I'm not going to address. Right, but I will go find out. I will find out who's taking lead. It is a joint procurement exercise, usually there is a lead, I will find that out.
I'll go raise it up again.
I'll take that. You can give me that action item, whoever's taking it.
Okay, thank you. So other than that, we are in good shape and then continue to working hard and then make sure that we secure the strong finish at the end. So in line with that effort, the Yangming project, we talk about it. One of the things that I really want to emphasize that it requires a lot of time and effort to coordinate in our side, but the return on our investment on the time is very good. So we make sure that we capitalize it. And then this is a great project. And I visited Taipei middle of October. That actually Mr. Pai compliment about our support, and he was very happy with our support. And then another strategy is that the media's while we are very actively working on the tours and visitors, the offline the activity, we also go abreast working on media's online the promotion of our YTI brand. Every quarter we have a double-digit growth in the participant in the LinkedIn and Instagram, and we will continue to do that. And this has been a major part of our effort to promote our brand. Any question? Good, thank you. HTA Tontime, this is our pride, and whenever we have visitors, especially the VCO customers, that we share with this HTA Tontime. Past 6 months, year to date, we are number 3 after these 2 automated terminals. So this has been a very well communicated with all our customers that as a conventional terminal, YTI Tontime has been competitive in the market, not only for overall average. If you look at the month by month trend, YTI Tontime has been very consistent throughout the year. No matter whether you have a high volume, low volume, this is good. And then it has been confirmed by many visitors, truckers, VCO, that they have a really good reputation about our reliable and consistent performance to service our truckers. So we'll continue to focus on that matter. And the next slide, we have a total 38 visitors, kind of low, but we do expect a high number of visitors in December and also the coming into the new year. But 16 VCO, 7 ocean carriers, and then the rest of the community and then trade organization. We'll continue to do that. Fran did a great job, and sometimes it was fairly overloaded, but Fran, myself, and some customer service managers will share the burden. That we have an open door policy, accommodate anyone who comes to us. We offer tour and presentations. So actually, there's a bunch of pictures in that one, but I wanted to show with a picture on page number 44 that top right that we hold a biannual safety meeting September 24th. Actually, we invite trucking company, but the safety manager in the trucking company. Normally, if you invite the trucking company, you come to operation and sales or management. In order for us to promote our safety culture, we hosted a meeting for safety professional of a trucking company that we got 37 participants from 23 trucking companies. We see as a great success to engage with safety professionals of trucking company. And also, if you look at the bottom left, that's the Taiwanese Department of Defense. The 3 guys is actually 3-star general from Taiwanese government. That we had a great meeting with them to talk about our operation, success strategy for this military cargo. Because they have some language barrier, I was able to get support from Yangming LA office that the guys translate our work, and then actually they are the one to actually go back to Taiwan to confirm Yangming that it must be YTI for military cargo going forward. So it worked out really well. So I'm going to 2 events I see as a great success the last quarter. Any other pictures are basically self-explanatory that what kind of event we have on shipping line, and then community, and then also the industry stakeholders.
So yeah, that's military cargo. How often are they carrying from US to every 3 months or every half years?
They have according to their explanation, they have a multiple military cargo. But some military cargo doesn't have to be user ships and other stuff. But this is more likely the vehicles they use, and then it depends on their need between China and Taiwan. But this time, I think they need to secure some more those vehicles. As of right now, this is the last batch to have, but they're looking at more batch. But that's why the Yangming wants to have dedicated long-term contract instead of a case by case. Yes, sir. So they want to have like a 3-year long-term contract. The Yangming became a service provider for government, and they use YTI. And IT strategy, there's 2 components in the IT strategy. One is cybersecurity. We've been investing some money to improve our cybersecurity. That basically, in line with the Coast Guard requirement, and our goal is to make our cybersecurity compliance and in line with how the Coast Guard is required. Actually, we have a really good example that we found out that our cybersecurity protection has been very well protected, and then we got some example of outsider from Europe to trying to penetrate. We got some record. We walked in the photo of LA Cybersecurity Center. We showed you some example, and that has been worked out where we continue to pursue that compliance of the cybersecurity requirements. And then we are on the track, and hopefully by the end of this year, I'll give you some another update where we are. And also, we have a few CapEx proposals that are approved by the board, and then those improve our ability to support operations for efficiency, and also the working on some new way of manage the data warehouse using some AI tools and web interface to support more data-driven decisions. Right now, some of our work here that is very Excel-driven, worksheet-driven the task, that we want to have certain transformation. That Sandra's doing the Power BI or the data management, and then this is more likely replacing existing old school way of data management into the data warehouse. We are working on that on it, and hopefully by the end of this fiscal year, we have some nice product to provide our team with a more real-time dashboard to improve our working. Any questions?
Thank you.
So any other question?
Yes, sir.
ITDX project. Not like operational DX, like a staff DX, like utilizing like a ChatGPT or something.
Yeah.
Who is leading the IT department? Or?
Yes, so the IT department secured Arvino. Actually, the Arvino also provide a service for traffic as well, as far as I know.
Arvino. Staff for training or?
Yeah, so I think you're asking who is leading the actual AI, right? So that includes ChatGPT, it includes Power BI, Power Query, it includes everything and anything that you can be exposed to in today's market, right? So it's not just a data warehouse. If you don't mind, HA, it's in collaboration with IT and probably my department mostly, right? Because we're coming in and saying, okay, this is what we need to do from a data perspective. How can we utilize these tools? How can we train people to utilize tools? So we have been working together on that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very good.
Jointly?
Yes.
Yes.
I think this is it.
That concludes commercial.
Yes, sir. Yeah, then we have action items.
Any other questions? Good, action items. I don't know if you've already looked, Wei-Jin, you and Steve already looked at that action item. Any questions, or you want us to roll through it?
No, I think we are good. We don't have to run through it.
I think they've all been covered.
Yeah.
Either in between meetings or
Yeah, so we have completed all the agendas, all the items on our agenda. Any AOB from the directors?
I think you already noticed that Trapark hosting office issue, right? So then, as far as we know, actually, you made up any actions for your national office for the time being. So far, any noise from the national office or from nothing? Right?
If we, can we close the meeting?
That can be discussed after closed session.
Any other team?
I think I just want to express appreciation for how well YTI has continued to perform in very challenging circumstances as we go towards the second half year. We'd like to see a little better on the PL result. We understand, that you have put forward a lot of these cost savings. You continue to operate not just cleanly, but with continued efficiency gains. I enjoy coming to these because you present solutions and move forward in a positive fashion. So,
Thank you. You want to talk about returns, rounds, or something?
you're comfortable with me doing that?
Always.
Okay, we had a little conversation earlier. I think that it would behoove us to do more than what we do year on year. right now in terms of your CapEx spend and expectations, right? We were looking, I know I was looking at some of the age of your Shay and your major equipment. And I think we need to adopt a bit of a midterm plan, right? Where are we going in the next 3 to 5 years? What do you need to reorder? What's the CapEx look like? I think we need a little bit more forward planning than we do from what I've seen the first three meetings that we've had. It's not a criticism, it's a truly constructive improvement. How do we continue to make sure you guys are served well? And frankly, if we have the plan, we as the shareholders can look at and build it into the PL and build it into our expectations of how we get there, right? Doing it just year by year is kind of scary to me personally. I know, financial people like to look at the future. So I think we're gonna have a little internal conversation, but we'd like to bring you into that part of the conversation and say, how do we look at what you need? Not just PL 26, which is the next thing we're gonna talk about, but what's PL 27, 28, and 29 look like? With the understanding the further out you go, things change, right? EV requirements, we have different EIRs being posted. There's gonna have to be some level of flexibility, but at least we get a base case going of this is what we think we need over the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years.
Great. I think we got a really good foundation of that already.
Yes, and then you're mostly referring to CapEx, right? Yes, P&L, you can blow it out for 3 to 5 years with some type of CPI and so on.
Yeah, but it's really CapEx.
CapEx, and I believe to Eric's point that we already started that 10-year plan, Eric and Alan? There was a model there that we will be refreshing to make sure that everything is correct and so on. So there's already that base, we can build on it. But to your point, Tim, there is huge benefit in doing things, looking at a CapEx need this way, rather than just a year over year. And I know that it maybe was being split a certain way because of the volume and value, right? But there's huge benefits in coming together as a lump sum. You can get better pricing, you can plan better, and so on. So I fully support that view. I'll hand it over to Alan for comments.
Makes sense. So maybe between now and this thing should be intentional, and it should take the time necessary to get it as accurate as we can get it. But, if you have some foundations already laid, maybe we share them, and we can talk a little bit about them at the next time we sit down in the board meeting and say, this looks great, this looks like we wanna learn more about it, and, we have a lot of irons and fires. It's better if we can forecast what those irons are gonna be and how they're gonna be in advance.
Yeah, we've shared the 10-year model, right? So we've got our 10-year model that we did about 2 years ago, and we shared that model. Got some good questions on this stuff, so we definitely talk about we got a base, we got a foundation. So we got a 10-year model that reflects what needs to be replaced based on hours, age of the equipment, and there's also a component for incremental. And it's pretty complex, actually, it took a long time to put together, but it's got a pretty good model that we have created that we could adjust as things change, where we maybe tear up equipment, we gotta have more things going on. And I think, so we've already got that. I think what you're asking that we don't have is the money associated with it is really where the nut is, and saying, okay, if we know in 3 years from now, based on our current model now, we know exactly what we need based on those things. What we don't know is how much that's gonna cost, or we haven't carried it to the next step of projecting cost. And I think that's where the gap is, and I think that's why I hear the gap, hearing you based on
How
what
are we
we
gonna
have.
finance it, how are we gonna?
Yeah, that's
all those pieces.
getting that next level of detail, and I think that makes a lot of sense.
And quite frankly, we don't have to go through a lot of the conversations of, just what we're doing right now with the CapEx. We can have those in advance so that these things are metered. And of course, we review them, but we've answered all the questions, and unless there's a tweak necessary, we look at it and say, okay, it's time to do this, let us do something, right?
Yeah, that's why it's CapEx, mainly purpose in the CapEx investment. But we need to know actually, how much you are earning, every year, right? Then we want to make cash flows in the models. So then actually, how many the money is better to spend for the investment like this. So that's kind of a model actually is better to share. That's emphasize not only like an investment plan, it's not really that some base plan or cash flow and field, I mean, performance and field profit loss and performance.
The whole package.
Yeah.
So Peter, maybe Mike, unless you think this is unrealistic, but it sounds like you've already got, 2/3 of it.
To me, we got the hard part.
underpinnings.
The hard part is that mile along we can look out 10 years down to exactly what we do. We've got that. So it all starts with what's the equipment. And then so we can build in the cost, the projected cost, the projected financing, all like that we can build in. So we've got the hard part. So the fact that we do have the hard part, I would expect Sandra here to get this next piece done here before the holidays.
Oh, yeah, before Christmas?
Before Christmas,
Uh,
Friday. If you don't have before Christmas
Yeah.
deadlines, you get one too, by the way.
Right, so I will say my piece here just to be cautious of the budget deadline. And we have a person that's in position right now for 15 years that is leading the company. So I want to make sure that I have a lot of attention to the budget. So if I can ask for a little bit more time for that, I would appreciate that.
Here's where I would see it, if I could put this in fairness to say, okay, we're going through the budgeting process right now for 2026 with OpEx and CapEx. And that typically we get that, and we gotta think our next board meeting February, I think that's where we're gonna kind of have our first draft of that and kind of go through there. Somewhere between February and the May meeting, I think, is when we typically have, we get approval on that. I think once we get approval on the 2026, that's where I would see us coming in now at the summer board meeting, which is usually August, coming in with here's our first cut at this request that we're hearing today. Does that make sense time-wise? You folks on 2026?
I'd rather do it right.
We get that locked and loaded, then we're operating on 2026, budget is approved. We come in theoretically in the summer board meeting, when we're probably within the first quarter results against budget, and we can come in with our first cut of this new plan, this new forward-looking CapEx with some level of detail. Would that be fair? You thought I was here about Christmas? You did it.
Probably,
Yeah.
he was there, yeah, so, there's a lot of same stuff.
But that would be just roughly off my head, how I would do that, if you guys are okay with that. Okay.
Okay with that. I guess the last thing is, when's our next meeting?
February.
We actually have.
11.
February 11th, yeah.
On the afternoon.
It is okay with February 11th.
Feb 11th.
1 p.m. work?
Dave, is it in February 12th?
Huh?
Is it in February 12th?
No, we were doing, no. We were gonna do pre-meeting on the 11th, YTI in the afternoon, trade pack in the morning, and then everybody has a release on Thursday afternoon if they need to fly back.
Okay.
No, thereafter, the 11th.
So the 11th at 1 p.m.
Yes, correct.
Works for us.
Straight back is 12.
They're on the morning of the 12th, and then you get the 3 p.m. East Coast flight.
Like it when you start off with the best.
Our pre-board meeting, you mean?
Even better. Even better.
Anything else
You
from?
said the 11th at 1 o'clock.
I don't think there's anything else in YTI team.
No, I have something, but I'm waiting for the.
After we close the meeting.
closing.